No, not in town. No, I was in Windsor. Yeah, I was in. Yeah, there's a couple of them. Oh, you mean the one in Windsor? Yeah, there was like it wasn't anything too
just about there.
Notice the stags kind of stick to themselves, don't they?
At the moment, the rut starts a little too, and the rut is going to all stop and get a bit frisky.
Yeah.
At the moment, the stags do it, they're now separating themselves, and what they're doing is they're all getting quite bushy, and then they find their little gangy girls, so the girls are all in this small group.
Yeah.
So they eat like 20, 30. So that probably, it might be that of those piggies now.
Do they get their own sort of like...
They get their own high.
Yeah.
And you hear them all. You might hear them. It's quite cool. But the rut normally starts from late September, early October.
Right. When do they shed? Hi mate, you right? Yeah, good. Set up here next to bed, I'm ready to go. I told him like I can stick through now. Yeah. Okay, shall I come up now then and we can check the signal? Yeah, I'm just coming up now. Should be seeing me hopefully. Yeah. Also the other live view is on. Yeah.
Warm there.
Yeah.
Yeah. the only thing for us is the convoys. So when the convoys go, I'm just going to turn the camera off and bring Jane down up again. Yeah, so I can basically when we're in Alright. Yeah,
once they're past the double gates, it's just once they know, I imagine they go quite quick.
yeah.
All they're going to do is hang around. But I think once they're past the gates,
Yeah. Is the Home Secretary or Foreign Secretary? Or was it? No, was it?
and basically they're staying in the Fairmont hotel. It's a nice easy thing to do.
Yeah. Probably tomorrow. That's the politics day.
They're all district checkers. They're all the checkers.
Yeah.
Are you doing the same with checkers tomorrow?
No, I'm not tomorrow.
Yeah, so
planned sugar popular?
Yeah, yeah, it's happened. Yeah.
Yeah, Nick, yours is much better.
not rang me yet, so.
Now they're all sitting up there. I'll sit and wait. I want to see the convoy. That would be quite fun actually.
Yeah.
I want to see how fast they get.
I'll quite impressed with those boys, especially the Americans.
Yeah. Even though he's not going to perform, he'll have a sort of one of their big black cars. Yeah, I mean, interesting because in theory, a bit of luck, you'll go nice and slowly and enjoy the scene. There's a big herd of deer up there. With a bit of luck, you might get nice and slow and enjoy it. It's quite, you don't often get to drive it. It's quite cool. Yeah. Even if people.
I mean, this is a bit aiming, so.
It's a different one, it's not the easiest bit of to jump. This is really young. This would be Windsor. It's better here than London is. Windsor's not better. It'll be a matter of a few months ago. It's great. The fact that they've got this it's a shame. He'll love it. Hopefully it's not too wet. They have to lid down the carriage.
Yeah. I think it says a lot about sort of Americans in the UK. They didn't really have classes.
They don't have one, yeah. I mean, in a funny way, not have a class system, but for here, and the King and the royal family do this thing. This is good. They do this their job. They do a bloody job.
Yeah.
I love the fact that Prince William's taking the kids to school this morning.
Priority.
Well, he comes up down here because the kids go to school up there.
Yeah.
He lives down there.
Are they probably?
At the moment, they're not very problems. Well, they're late.
You're watching live coverage of US President Donald Trump's second unprecedented state visit to the United Kingdom. We are live outside of Windsor Castle, where we are expecting Donald Trump to arrive within the next hour. All of the events today here at Windsor Castle you will be able to watch on this live stream on YouTube, also on apnews.com. On YouTube, of course, you will be able to leave us your comments and your questions, and we will try to respond to those throughout the day. We will be live from here throughout the day, in between the events that you'll be able to follow. That will start with the arrival of US President Donald Trump on the grounds of Windsor Castle on board Marine One. He already spent his first night here in the United Kingdom at Winfield House. That's in central London. That is the US Ambassador's residence to the United Kingdom. His welcome ceremony, where he will be met by Prince William and Princess Catherine, will be followed by another welcome from King Charles III and Queen Camilla, and then the events will unfold throughout the day. There will be a carriage procession as well on the grounds of the Windsor estate, and of course the state banquet at the end of the day. All of these events you'll be able to watch here live with us, and we are lucky to be joined throughout the day by one of our resident experts here in London. Danica Kirker is our expert in all things British royal family and based here in London. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Oh, it's my absolute pleasure.
And
Delighted to be here.
It'll be nice to get your expertise throughout the day. And I should mention that Danica will be inside Windsor Castle a little bit later today. You'll be getting a close look at the banquet hall, and you'll be able to tell us what exactly a state visit feels like from the inside, won't you?
Yes, I'm really looking forward to that. As my invitation got caught in the mail, I'm just going to get to watch from the balcony somewhere.
It's better than nothing, and we will get that information from Danica a little bit later, of course, all her impressions of what a state visit entails. A little note on the weather, of course, this being the United Kingdom. It is slightly drizzly, and in the background you'll be able to see that quite a few security forces already here in place, so you'll be seeing quite a few comings and goings of those who are involved in the greeting ceremony for US President Donald Trump. Now, Danica, first thing I want to ask you, you've come here a lot, you cover the royal family quite extensively, and you come to Windsor Castle quite a lot. What does it feel like to you today? Does it feel different to other days?
Well, it's kind of festive today. You know, there are a lot of reporters here, many, and, you know, onlookers, protesters. There's kind of a lot of everything. People, you know, who support President Trump wearing their red hats, the MAGA hats. And you have people in the community who have, you know, gotten out there with little jackets that say, you know, Windsor, and they're out there trying to organize the whole situation. So it's kind of fun.
We should mention that there have, of course, been minor protests so far. Last night here in Windsor, we saw a few dozen protesters who made their way close here to Windsor Castle. A larger protest planned for later today in central London. And worth noting, of course, that central London is a place that, well, essentially President Trump will not see throughout this visit. This is a visit that is contained almost entirely to Windsor Castle, that you can see here behind us. But if there is any protest activity, we'll of course let you know and show you the images from central London as well. Now back to the place that you can see behind us, the Windsor Castle. This is where this whole state visit will be taking place today. This is the full day of the state visit. Why is it happening here at Windsor Castle? Because I think state visits in the past, well, they've taken place at Buckingham Palace, haven't they?
Well, yes, absolutely. But you know, at the moment, Buckingham Palace is a construction site. So they're doing renovations, and it really just wasn't possible to have anything like that here. But you know, Windsor Castle it's just a proper castle. It's nearly 1,000 years old. It looks like a castle. It has this sort of sense of history. And, you know, it'll give the president a chance to, you know, do those big moments that take place in a state visit, a carriage ride, you know, reviewing the troops, a state banquet, without really leaving sort of the security perimeter around, so he can, you know, his security will, you know, be able to be, you know, guaranteed. At the same time, it sort of keeps the public away. The general public won't be able to see anything at all. And so, you know, there's some benefits to you know, having a single place where you can keep watch on everybody.
let's go through the events then quickly of what you can expect to see today. We will of course be on air with you at regular intervals, but coming up this morning within the next hour, in fact at 11:55 here local time, that is at 6:55 Eastern time, that will be the moment when President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will be arriving. So there will be an official arrival ceremony. The first one will be Prince William and Princess Catherine, who will be the first to welcome the dignitaries from the United Kingdom. Then there will be the already aforementioned carriage procession. That is when everybody gets to ride in horse-drawn carriages on the Windsor estate to the next welcome, and that is the one that will the official welcome ceremony there will include King Charles III and Queen Camilla. Of course, plenty more events coming up, and of course the main one tonight will be the state banquet with all sorts of dignitaries here, and pretty much all members of the British royal family also in attendance. So this is a state visit. It is an unprecedented second state visit for a non-royal. That's what makes this so special. What is a state visit is a pretty basic question, but what does it entail specifically here in the United Kingdom? It is pretty much the highest honor, isn't it, that a visiting dignitary can receive.
You're absolutely right, Philip. It is absolutely an honor. And, you know, state visits are really rare. There's only 2, sometimes 3 a year. But they're this moment where the royal family steps forward as the diplomats in chief of the nation, and both to their friends and to their maybe not so close friends, their frenemies, gives them a chance to really get the pomp and circumstance that Britain can absolutely deliver in spades. So there's soldiers who will perform absolutely in synchronized fashion. There is the beautiful flowers, there's the banquet, there's all the hoo-ha and whatnot that come with a royal visit. And it's a really unusual thing in that no one else has ever had a second state visit. It's not just the second time for President Trump, it's just the second time ever.
And it's going to look, as we mentioned, it's going to look quite different in comparison, maybe also, to the last one that happened here in Windsor. That was French President Emmanuel Macron in July. He did get the carriage procession as well, the horse-drawn carriage, but that was right through the streets of Windsor
exactly.
That you can see right behind us.
He got the carriage procession through the city. And so he would have more of an opportunity to see the general public. For President Trump, that's not an option. You know, the security around him is much more difficult. So I think that what you're going to see is a carriage ride with President Trump in the front and other dignitaries with him, Queen Camilla, King Charles, etc. And they'll go along the route that will be covered, you know, along the route there'll be service people. Mm-hmm. So it won't be like he won't have anyone around. It just won't be the general public. And so it'll just look different. And plus, you know, you have Windsor Castle. It's a proper castle. Buckingham Palace is a lovely place. There's the balcony and the facade, but inside it's not really like that at all. Some people have described it as kind of dreary. But you know, the point is that Windsor Castle inside has lots of gold leaf, lots of Holbein paintings, Van Dyck's, lots of hoo-ha and whatnot in there too. It's likely to like it.
Yeah, we know someone who likes the gold, right? I wonder, in the last few days we've of course heard a lot about what there is to gain for those who are participating in this state visit. Maybe it's getting somewhat political as a question, if you will, but what is there to be gained from an event like this one, for the royal family first of all, for the United Kingdom maybe as a whole, and then of course for President Trump as well? What's in it for them?
Well, can I just first say to you, Phil, that the most important, I would just think that regardless of your political stripes, this is a really special moment. You know, hundreds of people have been preparing again and again, you know, rehearsing, cutting the proper flowers, cutting the grass to the right length, you know, braiding the manes of the horses, polishing their hooves, shining everything within an inch of its life. Regardless of your politics, President Trump is the guest of the king, and everyone within the royal household is making sure that he is greeted with all the dignity and respect that a visitor to the palace should receive.
As I think plenty of commentators would say, is the main aim of this state visit might be simply for US President Donald Trump to leave a happy man.
Well, in a lot of ways, in its simplest form, particularly the state banquet, it's, you know, it's the king inviting you over for dinner, except the king lives actually at a castle, and you want to show him a good time. Part of the whole point of this is that, you know, particularly the political leaders of the country get an opportunity to, you know, meet one another in a more convivial setting than sitting around a table, you know, at a summit. You know, you get to know one another, to get a chance to sort of see their stripes. And so you want to show them a good time, but you want to show them a moment where, you know, the United Kingdom, you know, offers its hand of friendship to the United States. It wants to show that the two countries are, in fact, really good friends.
As we stand here, preparations are underway inside the Windsor estate. We're seeing the horse-drawn carriages already being prepared for that official welcoming ceremony. I also mentioned earlier that there's a lot of back and forth behind us because these are people who are slowly but surely arriving on the Windsor Castle grounds to be part of all the festivities here today. You mentioned the banquet already. I think we should talk.
I want to talk about the banquet. You know I want to talk about the banquet.
At length about the banquet, but let's muster all the enthusiasm that I know you have for this event, and you will of course be entering Windsor Castle later today to see the whole setting, to see what the banquet hall is actually going to look like. Now, tell me a little bit more about what it is going to look like, but also, is this truly a place where there will be no politics? Is it truly a place where there will be no conversations about politics? How can we imagine
How can I possibly know what they're going to talk about among themselves at dinner? No, look, first of all, it'll be a very grand setting. St. George's Hall is, you know, some people might remember that it was during the early 90s. It was one of these places. The hall caught fire. A light, you know, hit on a curtain, and there was tremendous damage. So. At the moment, the important part of that is that it's now all been rebuilt, and it'll look really fantastic, beautiful. You know, even though it was, you know, built a couple hundred years ago, it's now going to look really good. And inside, you know, they'll have the great mahogany table, which is 50 meters long. This is like half the size of a football field. You know, it's polished so that you could see yourself in that thing. Okay, now. Then there's the table itself, I mean the setting itself, which takes 5 full days to prepare because there's so many things you need to put on this table, you know, and you know the silver is 200 years old, the flowers will be beautiful, and you know there is so much to say about just how really hard everyone's going to work to make sure that everything looks good. And there'll be a lot of people. There are 160 people. 160 people at this table. I mean, it's not like you could talk to someone on the other side. The royals will be sprinkled in among the guests. And then, of course, there's the tiaras. Everyone at the office is tired of me talking about the tiaras, but I will talk about them anyway.
We want to know about them.
I think so. Everyone wants to talk about the tiaras. Anyway, it'll look spectacular. You know, the tiaras are important because they're generally precious stones. They'll, you know, diamonds, emeralds, rubies, everything you could possibly imagine. You know, the female royals will generally wear the tiaras, and you will find the reflection of those in the candlelight. It's just guaranteed to look absolutely stunning. And of course, the dresses will be, you know, not Technicolor ballroom, but to the floor with decorations and sashes, and it'll just look wonderful.
That's later tonight. Right now, as we speak, you're seeing images of Marine One that is taken off from central London, from Regent's Park. That is where the US ambassador to London has his residence, and that's where President Trump and Melania Trump spent their night. Marine One now on its way from central London to here, to Windsor Castle and onto the grounds of Windsor Castle, where we will see Marine One landing very shortly. Inside the next few minutes, we will then see President Trump and Melania Trump exit a helicopter and being welcomed on the grounds by Prince William and Princess Catherine. That is most likely going to be one of their main roles during this US state visit to the United Kingdom. You'll be able to see all of those key events here throughout the day, including, of course, that welcome ceremony we mentioned already, the carriage procession, the banquet thereafter that will most likely give us some of the most indelible images of this state visit by Donald Trump to the United Kingdom. I wanted to ask you just a little something about the things that could go wrong, because things can go wrong. They might be little things. They might be just a little gaffe here or there, a little thing that goes against royal etiquette. Not that we're expecting this to happen, but when we go back to the last state visit by President Trump, there was a moment, wasn't there, that we do remember for being something that he did ever so slightly wrong.
Oh, come on, Philip. What could go wrong? Come on. No, basically, the monarch invites the guests to, review the honor guard. There's going to be a large honor guard to greet the American president. And what happened was Queen Elizabeth, sort of gestured delicately that it was the moment for the president to go forward and to review the troops. But he kind of, it's hard to describe, but he kind of just went too quickly. And so he sort of stepped in front of the Queen, which is really not done. The British public was just aghast that this happened. But, even though these events are choreographed, planned, meticulously organized, people are people, and sometimes things just go wrong. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a state visit for something to go wrong. In 2016, when the Obamas came, it wasn't a state visit, it was a post-state visit. They were just kind of coming back to say hello. The helicopter landed at the Windsor Estate here, and the Obamas got out, and the King and Queen, Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip were there to greet them. And and there was just this moment where they're going back to the Range Rover, and Prince Philip gets into the driver's seat, and the Secret Service is at that point aghast because they're the ones who drive the president around. But no one was really going to argue with Prince Philip. So there's this other awkward moment where then President Obama, tries to get into the back seat. And then he has to gently be asked to go to the front seat because the Queen has to get into the back seat. So you have these moments, but the royals are very accustomed to the fact that not everyone understands royal protocol, and so they're very forgiving about trying to ease the way, because after all, the point is to show friendship, to show camaraderie. No one wants to embarrass anyone, even though sometimes they do something embarrassing.
Darnitha, you know everything about the British royal family and any other state visits that might have happened in the past. Thank you very much for your expertise, and we'll be speaking with Darnitha Kirker later today. We'll be back on air together at 1 o'clock here local time. That's 8 in the morning Eastern time. And during that time, between now and then, you will have seen a lot of those key events already. We're expecting the arrival of Marine One. We got a little bit ahead of ourselves just earlier. Marine One we're expecting to take off soon from Winfield Palace in Regent's Park and come here to Windsor Castle. Again, that's going to be happening within the next few minutes. You will be seeing that arrival of President Trump and the First Lady, but then also the much discussed procession on horse-drawn carriages throughout the Windsor estate and then the other official arrival. That is when you'll probably first see King Charles III and Queen Camilla. All of those events will be live on our YouTube channel, of course, and if you're watching on apnews.com, of course, that's where we will have blog items throughout the day, the latest photos, the latest video as well. And you're getting this live coverage because at the Associated Press we have journalists on the ground throughout the world. And if you value unbiased and independent journalism, then please feel free to support us. That would be at apnews.com/donate, apnews.com/donate. Thank you very much for joining us for our live coverage from Windsor Castle. Again, we will be here throughout the day, and Danica Kirker, our expert in all things royal family, will be joining us throughout as well.
his hand to the right! Right leg! by the centre. Quick march.
No competition. You can go ahead and all.
Justin with his camera.
Amazing.
I can take Isaac now.
Okay. Just back it down the camera and then.
Duncan, I'm leaving you here for sure. Yeah, that's fine. Duncan, you good to go?
Honestly, I need to keep you because all my stuff is still not packed away.
Where is it? Oh, no, that's fine. Don't worry. Okay, you guys, I'll take you. Yeah, to go back out the way we
Go back
came.
the way we came.
Yeah, so back
Go back to advanced gate
Yeah,
down.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then report again for the beat to retreat.
Yes, please. Yeah, thank you. 3:30. Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Alright, I know, no worries, I know it's...
Can I leave my camera here then?
When you got everything?
So I can go and get ready. Okay, but you're happy with that shot? Thank you. we were further out last time.
Yeah.
So
I have a feeling we were sort of like coming off.
they had a bit there and it went out on the gravel. So the angle was awful. So, and then getting out the carriage. That guy stood in the way of
I
everything.
know, it's like, he
Get
wasn't
one
here
shot.
last time. I mean, I was okay, he was clearly going up to the right, so the bit of them getting up to that carriage was okay. I'm assuming he left it thinking he would be coming back.
I think he thought he would, but
I'm assuming
Blimey.
this is his stuff. That's all mine.
okay, and this.
And this.
That's yours. Okay, so it's just this.
It's just that.
All right,
That's the only thing remaining.
all right,
Everything
amazing.
else is already gone on eBay.
Thank you.
Cheers, thanks.
There you are.
I was laughing at another caravan.
Literally saying,
Bad.
Thank you very much for joining us for our live coverage of President Donald Trump's state visit to the United Kingdom. If you're just joining us, a few elements of this day, of this first full day of the state visit, are already behind us. President Trump and First Lady Melania now inside Windsor Castle. Plenty of elements still left that you will be able to see live here on our YouTube channel, also on apnews.com. That is also where we will have constant updates throughout the day with the latest blog items, but also the latest photos and video coming out of Windsor Castle, and this unprecedented second state visit to the United Kingdom for US President Donald Trump. It is something that has never been done before for a non-royal. Let's take you through the program of what you might have missed or might have watched with us here during our live coverage earlier today. The arrival ceremony, first of all, for President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. A first greeting from Prince William and Princess Catherine. Then another part of that official greeting was King Charles III and Queen Camilla, of course. And joining us throughout the day for commentary, but also her expert knowledge on all things British royal family, is Danica Kirker, based here in London, and who spends quite a lot of time here in Windsor as well. We just had a quick look at what we've seen so far. That includes, of course, the carriage procession. That has already happened on the grounds of Windsor Castle. We should mention everything that you've been seeing today so far has been happening inside the grounds of Windsor Castle and the grounds of the Windsor estate. Donald Trump won't be seen by the public here, some members of whom you can see behind us here. We're just at the entrance of Windsor Castle. So Dan, from what we've seen so far, essentially things are going as planned, but still, I want to know your impressions of what we have seen so far. All the pomp and the pageantry that we spoke about earlier, that we were previewing, what kind of an impression did it give you?
Well, I mean, the military is certainly out in force today. They're earning their salary, that's for sure. I think that you know, it kind of goes to the point that we're at a proper castle. You know, Windsor Castle is nearly 1,000 years old, and you know what, it looks the part. And you know, so you have the troops with their red tunics and their bearskin hats lining the way, greeting the president. It offers that picture that's so important for a state visit. You really want to have the pomp and the ceremony, the royals, have everything in one box. But the other important thing you alluded to just now, Philip, is that it's all within the confines of the castle. You know, President Trump doesn't really, at any point in his state visit, you know, face the public. And, you know, we're in a time where, you know, his security is always extreme. But, you know, recently we had the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and that, you know, brought up, you know, security concerns again. So I think it's all just very compact, and you know, it's all sort of, at the moment, going really well.
And all of what you'll be seeing today, again, will be happening within Windsor Castle. So this is a two-day state visit officially. President Trump arrived yesterday. He spent the night at Winfield House, that's in Regent's Park in central London, and only thereafter today in the morning here, local time, did he arrive here at Windsor Castle. So all of these events are taking place right here. That is a difference to other state visits in the past, and it's also different to the last state visit of President Trump. So the obvious question is, why is all of this happening here at Windsor Castle?
Well, a state visit is a really unique thing. There are only 2 or 3 a year, and that's because they take so much work. Hundreds and hundreds of people have been working for months to make sure that everything is perfect. The soldiers have been rehearsing and drilling and rehearsing with each other, bringing the various elements together. It's really difficult to bring in the music and the snap of the rifle when it whacks against the shoulders of all of the soldiers all at once. And, you know, we're also going to have a flight pass later on. So, you know, all the elements of the military are out there.
We see the welcome ceremony, of course, that I mentioned already. Also, the national anthems both being played for the dignitaries and the inspection of the Guard of Honor by President Trump. Of course, something that he did during his last state visit to the United Kingdom as well. Of course, it's always worth mentioning the political backdrop to a state visit. In this case, it's a very different political backdrop, of course, in both countries. Here in the United Kingdom, there has been a lot of talk about the firing of Lord Mandelson, now the former UK ambassador to Washington, because of his connections to the convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. There is also the simple fact that these two leaders don't really see eye to eye on so many political issues. And if you will, the backdrop in the United States is a very different one. The things that are commented upon during this state visit, they include, as you mentioned, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, a far-right influencer and a big supporter of Donald Trump. So there is always a backdrop to these state visits. They don't happen entirely in suspended space, if you will. Let's talk about the politics a little bit, because they won't necessarily come up during the state banquet that is going to be happening later here today within Windsor Castle. But the politics will come up invariably tomorrow during the second day of Donald Trump's visit, when he sees Prime Minister Keir Starmer at Chequers at his rural retreat. They'll undoubtedly be talking about the politics of the day, won't they?
They absolutely will, but you know, that's tomorrow. Today we're talking about soft power, that ability to meld the royals to the political establishment, to offer, you know, both your friends and your rivals a chance to be photographed with Princess Catherine and the Prince of Wales. That goes a long way in any country. And so, you know, politics always comes up. In theory, it'll even come up at the banquet tonight. But I'm sure it will all be done very, very quietly. Discussions among the various parties at the table.
All depends, of course, also on who you're sitting next to. Of course, the president will be sitting next to the king, but then there are so many other possibilities of who's going to be sitting next to which royal, who's going to be sitting next to which member of the administration.
That's a whole other kind of politics, for sure. I mean, the whole who sits where has been, you know, tormenting the brains of many a staff member for weeks now. You know, they normally mix the royals out into the. I mean, we're having us 160 for dinner. This evening. So they mix the royals out with the various dignitaries and celebrities and other people that will come, but it's not like anyone monitors the conversation. So, you know, be sure. I think a lot of people, though, will sort of just be sitting there in awe with the whole festivity of it all.
Well, we always talk, don't we, about the 2 days of this visit that Donald Trump is now in the middle of here to the United Kingdom. This being really the state visit, the main day of this visit. He was, after all, invited by King Charles III, and he will be spending his whole day here at Windsor Castle, and indeed is also going to be spending the night within Windsor Castle. But then tomorrow, Thursday, is an entirely different matter. That is when the first couple, President Trump and First Lady Melania, will be traveling to Chequers. At least she will be traveling near the end of that part of the trip to then depart the United Kingdom again for the United States. And that's, of course, where politics will be discussed. Again, worth mentioning the differences that currently exist between these two members of the so-called special relationship. When it comes to Gaza, for example, the United Kingdom planning to recognize the state of Palestine at the UN General Assembly next week in New York. That is something that the United Kingdom will do, that the United States very firmly opposes. When it comes to Ukraine as well, of course, the United Kingdom would like, and Prime Minister Keir Starmer would like the President of the United States to have less of a cozy relationship, if you will, but certainly not as close a relationship as he currently has with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Again, that's what's happening tomorrow. Let's take a look back at what we'll see over the next few hours, because this is what you'll be able to see here during our live coverage over the next few hours. Again, President Trump, the First Lady, everybody involved in this state visit currently having lunch within Windsor Castle. But there is more for us to see. There will be a viewing of the royal collection inside Windsor Castle. There will be something called the Beating Retreat ceremony. probably worth going into that. What is it? What is a beating retreat ceremony? What is President Trump going to be seeing inside Windsor Castle in a few hours' time?
Well, I mean, if we could first start with the Royal Collection, because
it
is certain to be something tied to the long history between the United States and the United Kingdom. You know, the Royal Collection has a deep well of documents that it could go to, and so that'll certainly be, you know, one of those things that really might be a highlight to the trip. And since President Trump has a connection to the United Kingdom, his mother was from Scotland, you know, I have a feeling that they're going to bring up a little something about her. I mean, I'm not sure what, but I just have a feeling that her connection to this country will come up. You know, the beating retreat ceremony is it's the first time that they performed it at a state visit, but again, it's just one of those things that the military has just really worked on to try to make it look good, to try to make it sound good, so that, you know, I mean, the whole point of a state visit is that the pomp and ceremony has a purpose. You know, that, you know, President Trump walks away from this with warm and fuzzy feelings, if I could put it that way, about this country. So that when they, you know, when he and Prime Minister Keir Starmer sit down and try to talk about some of the issues you were talking about, Middle East and Ukraine, that they have a better understanding of one another when they're going forward to talk about some of the world's most intractable problems.
It's worth also mentioning that we will, of course, be bringing you live coverage not just of what is happening within Windsor Castle here, but also what might be happening later today, and in fact will be happening later today in central London. There will be a protest against the state visit of Donald Trump, and there are expected to be quite a lot of people there, and that is something that we will, of course, bring to you live as well. There's also the possibility of there being a smaller protest here in Windsor, and we saw a smaller protest here last night as well. I think a few dozen protesters were here, a relatively small one, of course, and right now, well, we're seeing a few people with the red Trump supporting hats on, and there are others who are protesting this visit. That's the kind of atmosphere that we have here today. How would you describe the atmosphere that we've felt here since this morning? There was obviously that feeling of anticipation, but it's certainly calm, isn't it?
Well, despite how ugly it is outside, it's kind of a festive sort of day. I mean, no one's causing too much trouble. It seems like the good townspeople of Windsor are, you know, sort of mulling around and trying to direct the many journalists who are here to get them to the right place. But I think at the moment, really, everyone who wants to protest is getting their chance, and those who want to not protest are getting their chance too, if I can put it that way.
And in fact, we can see them just off to our side. There are those who are Trump supporters and those who are protesting his visit, essentially standing side by side. So that's essentially the kind of situation we're seeing here. We certainly should mention that this is a very secure place right now. Essentially, it's been described as the iron ring, the ring of steel out around Windsor Castle. And of course, this visit is happening exclusively within the grounds of Windsor Castle and the Windsor estate. So this is a place that has been secured significantly by the police.
And, you know, Windsor is also not a huge place. I mean, population of maybe 30,000. It's a small market town, but it's got a big castle. And so, you know, it understands somehow that I think the people of the community sort of understand that they're at the center of the world right now. Maybe it's just simply that they kind of like that, as long as it only lasts for one day and all the reporters go home, you know. So I think that they're kind of enjoying it.
Yeah, the backdrop that we mentioned earlier, of course, especially in the United States, the fear of political violence, of course, came up again with the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. That is something that is very much on the minds of those within the US delegation coming here, not necessarily something that has dominated headlines here in the UK, though it has been a very important story here as well. Now, we can't confirm whether that has increased any security measures, but they are very significant indeed here today. Let's take you through some of the other events that you'll be able to see on our live coverage of Donald Trump's state visit. We mentioned already the beating retreat ceremony. There's also going to be a visit to St. George's Chapel inside the grounds of Windsor Castle, and that is, of course, where the Queen was laid to rest.
The Queen together with the late Prince Philip, and I think that this will have a lot of meaning for President Trump. He met the Queen, of course, not so long ago, and I think that she really made an impression on him, as she did to many leaders in 7 decades on the throne. People really valued her steadiness and her ability to consider conciliation, and which she talked about a lot in the speeches she had. So I think that will be a very quiet moment for him, and a chance to reflect on someone who really dedicated her life to the country.
And President Trump, has, of course, referred to Prince Charles as a friend of his already before departing the White House yesterday, but also upon arrival here in London. He sees them as being very close, and in fact we saw them, well, physically very close, because they shared one of those carriages together during the carriage procession within the Windsor estate. We saw one of those horse-drawn carriages that had the King and the President inside, sitting side by side, and nobody else inside. Covered carriages, by the way, because of the uncertain weather here. The second carriage, that was the First Lady and the Queen. Again, around 15-20 minutes time for them to have very, very personal conversations. Of course, that is the moment where you'd like to be a fly on the wall, and of course nobody will ever know what they will have spoken about in detail there. Let's end on a festive note, I suppose, and one that I know will see your enthusiasm about this, because you'll be able to see certainly the preparations. You will be able to see the banquet hall where the big dinner is going to be happening tonight. You've been to Windsor Castle many times, but it's going to be pretty special, first of all, for you to see what it looks like inside. But obviously this is going to be one of the main events here, and it's probably going to lead to some of the pictures that will lead the headlines tomorrow. What is the state banquet going to be like tonight?
Well, this, of course, is my favorite subject. So that preamble is because I love talking about the state banquet. Anyway, this will take place in St. George's Hall, which some people might remember as having a terrible fire in the early 90s. So, but you know, it was restored. But because it was restored relatively recently, when you're thinking about 1,000-year-old castles, it'll really look magnificent. So inside, they will have laid out this huge mahogany table, 50 meters. That's like half of an American football field, and around this table will be 160 guests. But because it's such a big table and because there's so much to do, it takes 5 days to set this table. I love that it takes 5 days to set a table. My tables take 5 minutes. But anyway, so I'll be able to get a chance to see them laying out how they've laid out, you know, the silver service, the grand service. This is a 200-year-old, really special, you know, presentation style, elaborate, full of everything from egg cups and salt shakers to candelabra, and flowers, and, you know, flickering lights, and, you know, it'll just really be magnificent. But what'll be even better is to see the people kind of come in.
And what they're wearing.
They're wearing tiaras, of course, and
not all of them. Sorry.
Not everyone's going to wear a tiara, Philip. But, you know, the point about the tiaras, and the reason that my colleagues are so tired of me talking about this, is that tiaras are very unique items within, you know, the royal pantheon. You know, they are whether your jewel is a diamond or an emerald or a ruby, you know, they are the real thing. And they're handed down from generation to generation. You know, for example, Princess Catherine, the Princess of Wales, will often wear the lover's knot tiara, which is the one that Princess Diana wore and passed down to her, and one that Queen Elizabeth II gave to Princess Diana. So, you know, you have that little bit of history just in what they're wearing. And really, the royal women will wear things that have meaning to them, have symbolism to them. for example, Queen Camilla is the patron of the Rifles, and the Rifles, the military regiment, gave her a little Rifles pin, and she just loves wearing it. Wears it all the time. I mean, I don't know what she's going to wear tonight, but whatever it is, will have some sort of symbolism to the event. So, there, not only will there be a fantastic amount to see, but there'll be a fantastic amount to learn. And the royals also tend to send little messages with maybe just a little something, so that you might get a sense of what they might be thinking, maybe. I mean, for example, one time when Queen Elizabeth II met with Justin Trudeau when he was the Prime Minister of Canada. She'd known him for a long time, and so the pictures afterwards were this little happy meeting between Justin and the monarch. But behind them there was this huge, and I mean huge, vase of flowers in both yellow and blue, and we all looked at this for a moment and said, those are the colors of the flag of Ukraine. She's sending a message that she supports the people of Ukraine. But
there are no coincidences.
Oh no, never. But I'm not sure. I mean, in this state visit, I'm not sure exactly that the royals will necessarily have a lot of big messages. I mean, the United States and the United Kingdom are good friends as things go, and I don't know. We'll have to see. Isn't that the best part? You'll just have to look at it and figure it out for yourself.
And all that's left for me to do is to wish you a very nice time within the banquet hall, and hoping that you will join us afterwards and tell us what it looks like in there. I mentioned Danica Kirker, based here in London, is our expert on all things royal family. Now you know that too, and we'll be hearing a little bit more from you later after the state banquet, if you don't mind.
I'll do my best.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Before that, you'll be able to follow, obviously, the other parts of the state visit of President Donald Trump to the United Kingdom. Plenty of elements that you will still be able to watch live right here, whether you're watching on YouTube or on apnews.com. There will be footage, of course, of the visit of the royal collection, of the visit to St. George's Chapel. Thereafter, the beating retreat, military and musical ceremony, and then, of course, any footage we get from the state banquet later tonight. That's all coming up, and we will be here live with you again at 5:15 local time. That is -5. 12:15 Eastern time. So we'll be back here to comment on all the things that we will have seen during this state visit of Donald Trump to the United Kingdom. And one note still, if you are watching our live coverage right now, it is because we have journalists for the Associated Press around the world, and if you value our unbiased independent journalism, then feel free to support our work. You can do that at apnews.com/donate. That's apnews.com/donate. Again, thank you very much for joining us during our live coverage, and we will be back here in the next few hours to bring you, first of all, all the footage from within Windsor Castle, but also we'll be commenting on it throughout.
há antecedência do Prime Minister Starmer, que está marcada uma reunião para discutir uma série de temas, as questões sociais, mas também certamente as questões da guerra e as importantes para a União Europeia. Vamos continuar a série pela concentração do If you call to the characters to your camera, then they can all look in the same direction as well. can try. You can try.
But in my job, so all the people I get, they want to get it done in the evening. Otherwise, then, you're done.
Well, in here, it's not the same as like, say, this is the thing. You only get blocks away and you start to see it. It's like in here. It's going to be art and it's not. You have to rest. But it really is possible. But what interests grandpa is interesting. And you learn. And then once you learn that, it's interesting. Then you're good. And then they'll be trying to see something else.
I get obviously not work for you, but yeah, obviously not that. But
Majesty. Hello, everybody! Everyone gather round! Gather round! It's so good to see so many of you here today. If you're round the corner, come towards this stage. Come towards the big round church. It's so great to see and we're here today to stop Trump. Yes, but we're also here to stop Trump's politics from taking hold in this country. We draw a line, we say no further. What does that politics look like here? Well, it looks like fossil fuel subsidies. It looks like failure to rule out Rosebank. It looks like a failure to tackle the energy cost crisis in this country as we make massive payouts to water companies and energy companies who are profiting off people's misery. It looks like demonizing and criminalizing peaceful protests, dragging grandmothers and vicars away for holding up signs protesting genocide. It is a disgrace, and we say no to Trump, and we say no to Trump's politics. We refuse to live in a country where we line the pockets of billionaires who have only made their money off the backs of ordinary working people. There is no way you can become that rich without exploiting people. So we're calling for wealth taxes in this budget. We run the Pay Up campaign. There are so many people getting behind wealth taxes. If you want to come and get involved, we're calling for a protest on the 27th of October. Please join us. If you're 16 to 35 and if you're older, please support us because we all have to stand together. And finally, I just want to say, I think it's really easy in this moment to feel really overwhelmed. There is so much suffering. There's failure after failure from our government, from people who are supposed to protect us. But I want you to look to your left or your right now. These are your people. We are each other's people, and we will not let us down. We will stand together, and we will keep turning up. It doesn't matter, you can't do everything, but we can all do something. If you can persuade one person, a friend, a family member, who cares about people, who cares about communities, who cares about our libraries, our schools, our hospitals, and a safe climate to turn up to one thing in the next 2 months, that can be a ripple. A ripple can be a stream can be a river. The river is the sea. And we are big enough when we stand together. So take heart from one another. We will not be overwhelmed. We will stand together and we will stop fascist politics from taking over this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. That was brilliant. I love what you were saying about us being a river to the sea. So repeat after me. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Another group that Donald Trump has been attacking relentlessly is women and LGBTQ people. Donald Trump recently said words to the effect of domestic violence is not a crime. A judge in a civil court in the USA ruled that Donald Trump had committed rape. This man is accelerating the rise of hate against women all over the world. The fascist right and the far right are doing this too. They don't protect women. They are a danger to women everywhere. And so I introduce our next speaker, Kerry Abel from Abortion Rights.
Thank you. Trump has boasted about overturning Roe v. Wade, the legislation in the US that guaranteed the right to abortion since the 70s. You might not think it affects you, but 1 in 3 women in the US will have an abortion in their lifetime. It's the same figure here. And everybody, we say this a lot, everybody loves somebody who's had an abortion. Trump appointed 3 anti-choice judges and prevented abortion for millions of women. Since the overturning of Roe in 2022, at least 10 women have died because they couldn't have an abortion. Women like 28-year-old Amber Thurman and 34-year-old Portia Mezzi. And maternal mortality has gone up by 33%, worse for black women. And we say this because abortion is healthcare. Abortion prevents women dying unnecessarily. Abortion bans stop women and pregnant people being able to control their bodies. It's not about life, it's about controlling women. Trump gives legitimacy to far-right forces who want to roll back reproductive rights everywhere. Rolling out the red carpet here for a second state visit there's those attacking our abortion rights in Britain too. So abortion rights are here to say no rollbacks here and no rollbacks anywhere. Abortion rights are human rights, and resisting Trump and what he stands for is part of resisting the global far right, like the likes of Nigel Farage and Tommy Robinson, that want to control our laws, freedoms and our bodies. Defend abortion rights, stand with Palestine, fight racism and sexism and climate destruction. Thank you.
Such an important issue that we all need to come together and remember as we build our resistance to the far right. Next up, we have Adam Powell-Davies from... Sorry, there's been a change in the order. Next up, we have Kevin Courtley from Cuba Solidarity Campaign.
Thank you very much. Really pleased to be with you all. Kevin Courtley, I used to be General Secretary of the National Education Union. In retirement, I think there's more time for politics, and I'm working with the Cuba Solidarity Campaign. And I tell you, we are frightened for the future of the world, and we are frightened for the future of Cuba. Now, on the question of Cuba, there is a context, because there has been bipartisan hostility to Cuba ever since the 1959 revolution in that country. And both the Democrats and the Republicans have maintained attacks. And you will know there is a blockade against Cuba that the Americans have been running ever since 1960. It is nearly the longest blockade in the world. It's only rivaled by the Israeli blockade of Gaza. And we call it a blockade. An embargo is one country not trading with another. A blockade is when the US blocks every other country from trading with Cuba, and it is an outrage. Now that's the context that Trump has come into. And we, the Cuban people, the Cuban government, the Cuba Solidarity Campaign, we are frightened about what comes next. The measures he has introduced in the last few months are enormous. He's put Cuba absolutely unfairly on the state sponsors of terrorism list that they maintain. That is entirely because the Cubans were helping with the Colombian peace process. But that takes Cuba out of the international banking system. They are refusing to let Cubans in America send any remittances, any money to their family in Cuba. And you know that countries in the global south rely on that. They are attacking the Cuban tourist industry, so much so that Expedia has just delisted every Cuban property. And they are attacking the Cubans' pride and joy, their health service, and the medical missions they send overseas. So they are attacking Caribbean countries that rely on Cuban doctors. And if they say, if you have Cuban doctors, Cuban nurses, we won't let any of your government come into the US. It is completely outrageous, and we don't know what comes next. And I want you to ask yourself, why are the Americans doing this against one of the smallest countries in the world? Why do they maintain this hostility? Is Cuba a military threat to the US? Well, obviously not. The US has got soldiers all over the world. The Cubans have doctors all over the world. The US funds the Israeli military. The Cubans are training Palestinian doctors. The Cubans are no sort of military threat to the US. But I tell you what they are. They are a threat of an example that you don't have to stay within the neoliberal order. You can have a government which prioritises health and education and sports and arts. And that's why I say, Viva Cuba, down with Trump, support the Cuban people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We know that the USA uses economic warfare and sanctions against countries all over the world because it wants to put forward and pursue its colonial agenda. Up next, we have Sophie Beach from Women Against the Far Right.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to share a platform today with so many women who have come out against Abortion Rights UK. I'm here with Women Against the Far Right, and we want to challenge some of the myths that are taking place in this country. Because there is a myth going around this country that the biggest threat to women and girls are the people who are fleeing war and persecution. There's a myth in this country that violence against women and girls is only caused by refugees and asylum seekers. There's a myth going around this country that the trans community are a threat to women. But these are the lies that are spread by the people at the top of society. People that have no interest in protecting women and girls, no interest in taking on sexism. And these are the kind of racist, transphobic myths that were on the Tommy Robinson demonstration last Saturday. A man who says he wants to protect women and girls, but was dumped to domestic violence and attacks women on the left every single day. Tommy Robinson is the threat to women, not ordinary people on the streets. We know that the real threat to women and girls and the sexism we experience does not come from refugees and asylum seekers. The men that make me feel unsafe are not the men facing deportations, but the men who are calling for them. The men who think they stand above the law. The men who are having state banquets like right now, like the sex offender that is Donald Trump, like the public schoolboy that is Nigel Farage, like the Mendelssohns and the Prince Andrews who get away time and again with attacking women and girls. And it is also the men who were on that demonstration last Saturday. There is no doubt that when Trump, Farage and Starmer spread racist lies and myths against about migration, it gives the racists and the sexists on the streets confidence. And look, I just want to say that last Saturday was a wake-up call. Last Saturday was the biggest far-right demonstration in British history. And it was led by fascists like Tommy Robinson. But we have to say that last Saturday wasn't the only picture. I was proud to be on the Stand Up to Racism demonstration that was led by hundreds of women, the Women Against the Far Right bloc at the front of the march. And look, we are a campaign, but we're not just building a campaign. We are building a movement of women who are angry about the rise of racism and fascism. Because actually we say that it's those at the top that are a threat to us. We're angry about the disgusting racist, sexist attacks on women like happened in Birmingham last weekend. So we say justice for all the victims and solidarity with them. But we need to be bigger. We need an anti-racist, anti-fascist movement that is made up of every trade unionist, every member of the Palestine movement, everyone who stands against Donald Trump. We need to be bigger to take on the likes of Robinson, Farage and Trump. And we need that movement to be led by women. So join Women Against the Far Right. We launched an open letter that has 10,000 signatories. Add your name to it. We're campaigning in every local area. Get involved. Refugees and migrants welcome here. Trans women or women, let's smash the far right.
Thank you for that rousing speech, Sophie. Now, we also know that Donald Trump has hideously and horrifically been blaming Ukraine for Russia's invasion of its sovereign territory. Donald Trump is a danger to the world. He's a warmonger. He promised peace on day one, and the war is still going on. So now we have Sasha Ismail from the Ukraine Solidarity Campaign.
Hi everyone, as Sima said, I'm Sasha Ismail. I'm a socialist and trade unionist based in London. I'm speaking for the Ukraine Solidarity Campaign, which is the UK workers' movement campaign in support of Ukraine and Ukraine's workers. Please visit us at ukrainesolidarity.campaign.org, follow our social media, or find us today for a flyer and a chat. First of all, I want to send solidarity to our comrades in the United States, who are facing the threat of severe oppression, even as they continue to fight back. We must stand ready to help them in any way we can. Perhaps the only thing that Donald Trump despises, as much as he despises workers and migrants, is nations and people denied their rights or threatened with denial of their rights. He especially loathes those with the temerity to resist and fight back. We see that in his regime stores as the Palestinians, the Kurds, and every people fighting national oppression, and not least, of course, the people of Ukraine. In addition to his desire to enrich himself, Trump hates Ukrainians and admires Russia's dictatorship and its imperialism. Like the great bulk of the global far right, and of course his friend Putin is a sponsor of the far right all over the world. The Trump regime's whole trajectory is about undermining Ukraine's resistance and lowering barriers to a Russian victory in Ukraine. The results have been predictable. Not peace, but stepped up aggression by Russian imperialism. Since the US literally rolled out the red carpet for indicted war criminal Vladimir Putin, Russia's attacks on Ukraine have not lessened, but burgeoned. Not long ago, 100 drone and missile strikes a night across the whole of Ukraine was seen as a lot. 2 weeks ago, we saw 800 drone and missile strikes on Kyiv alone, followed by incursions in Poland and Romania. Supporting liberation for peoples denied their rights is an essential part of fighting Trumpism and the global far right. We must help the people of Ukraine defeat Russian imperialism. Solidarity.
From Democrats Abroad and Rotor Media.
Hello, London! Today I speak to you from the heart, not as a representative of the Democratic Party, but as someone who was born just a few minutes away from here. I am a British American. I have done political activism in both of these countries, and for decades now I have seen the rise of fascism be normalized day by day. When I was 15 years old, lived through Hurricane Katrina. I watched my city become wiped away in front of me. I also watched the recovery under neoliberal auspices destroy the city afterwards that had already been turned to dust, where people ended up poorer than they were before, even though rich people from across the country and world were able to move there and set up nice holiday homes. This is not the future we need. We need to understand that fascism is not something that is happening because of Donald Trump. It is happening everywhere. They are interconnected, and they do this so commonly and so absurdly that people like Nigel Farage will claim election interference while attending the Conservative Political Action Committee and National Conservative Conference with Viktor Orban and half of the far-right assholes on this continent. This is the reality. If we got rid of Trump tomorrow, that would not change. We have to understand they have built a movement upon decades that will take us all of our efforts to dismantle. They want us to fear the migrant, fear the trans person, make sure all of your problems come from the asylum seeker. But the reality is the same as it has always been. It is the reality that billionaires continue to enrich themselves, politicians work as their servants, and the media is too fearful or complicit to say anything otherwise. Every day we see this, and this will not change unless we come together. And it is not enough just to vote every few years. You need to be politically engaged, join a political party, join a trade union. And if you're one of the hundreds of thousands of Americans living in this country, join Democrats abroad and fight back. Do not wait for your chance. Do not wait for your struggle, because the time is now for it to happen, or else we will lose the chance to fight back. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sure some of you know our next speaker. We have Femi Oluwole, a human rights campaigner and journalist.
Do you know what I think when I look at you? We're going to win. Because do you know why they complain about cancel culture? It's because our generations, especially millennials, Gen Z, for us when we grew up, all the great fights for equality, whether it's the civil rights movement, suffragettes, that was literally a previous century, no, a previous millennium. So when we look at people who oppose equality, we are done with you. When we see Nigel Farage on stage hugging somebody who pled guilty to inciting racial hatred after she called for asylum seekers to be burned alive, we're done with you. When we see Tommy Robinson screaming about Muslims, we are done with you. When we see J.K. Rowling, when we see J.K. Rowling making life increasingly dangerous for trans people, we are done with you. When we see Keir Starmer quoting Enoch Powell, we are done with you. When we see our taxes going towards what has now been confirmed to be a genocide, we are done with you. When we see a rapist president be given the red carpet treatment, we are done with you. Here's the thing. People of the UK, we have never been down for this right-wing crap. In every single election since World War II, the majority of votes have gone to parties to the left of the Conservatives, because that's just who we are as a people. However, so if we're going to actually win, the priority has to be uniting the left. That has to be the priority. We need a voting system where all votes count equally, because if we get that, then we can actually end this fascist crap. Because we actually have an advantage here in the UK. Because the far right in the UK promised for 27 years that Brexit would make our lives easier. And it has made us poor, and they have admitted that. So we actually have no excuse. The idea that they're working class people is dead here. So, like I said, all this fascist crap, we are done with it. It ends with us, and we will end it.
Amazing, rousing, hilarious. Thank you, Betty. Next up, we have Portia Campbell, who is an American and member of Indivisibles London.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to the Stop Trump Coalition and the Indivisible and all the amazing groups who are here today, not just because they recognize what a danger Donald Trump presents to the United States and to the world, but for bringing us all together here today to do something about it. Donald Trump and his family have made $3.4 billion this January, while his MAGA allies sow division and dissent all around the United States and here as well. It's not making America great again. It's just making Trump rich again. It's not doing anything for the people who elected him. What they do get is a daily diet of red meat and rage, an algorithm-driven avalanche of distraction and encouragement to blame other people for their very real problems. Rage is useful to Trump and his far-right allies everywhere. He uses it to build a community of us versus any scapegoat he chooses to make them. Judges, the media, the Democrats, migrants, anyone, even Mike Pence, his own ex-vice president. Anybody become bent to these guys. That's what's tearing America apart right now. It has to stop. We have to vote them out. It's up to us. Americans. How many Americans are here today? Hooray! It's up to us. If you're an American citizen here, and if you're an American student overseas, you can help make desperately needed change back home. Go to votefromabroad.org and use the chatbot to find a human voter assistance officer. They will know how to help you. I oppose Trump because I am a proud American, and I believe in my country's promise. We just have to make that happen. And I'm really proud to stand with you all. Have a great march, everybody.
Thank you, Portia, and our solidarity goes out to every American who came out on the street and resisted Trump's ICE agents. Up next is Tyrone Scott from the Make Them Pay Coalition and War on Want.
Friends, comrades, allies, we are here today not just to protest Donald Trump, but to reject everything that him and his politics represents. This moment today is bigger than just one man. It's about a rising tide of far-right politics, of fascism, of scapegoating migrants, asylum seekers, refugees, and the most vulnerable people in our societies. Trump and those like him, they do not just ride this wave. They are the architects behind it. They fan the flames of division. They make racism, xenophobia, fear part of the mainstream once again. And we've seen in the UK how this plays out. Just this weekend, we saw the far right organised by right-wing grifter Tommy Robinson, a man turned into the poster boy of hate, bankrolled by billionaires abroad. And these marches don't just come out of nowhere. They are the product of a narrative deliberately whipped up by politicians like Trump and his allies here, blaming migrants and the vulnerable for every problem in society. Now,
We know who the real culprits are. The super rich, the corporations, the billionaires, the politicians who enable them, who not only drive inequality, climate breakdown, genocide, war, but profit directly from this destruction. We need to make them pay to fix our broken societies. And that is why it's so crucial that so many of us are out in force here today to say no to Trump and everything that he represents. And do join us again right here on Saturday at 12 p.m. as we demand that we make billionaires, super rich, corporations and the wealthy elites pay to fix our global crisis, not ordinary people. Let's stop scapegoating migrants. Let's stop scapegoating refugees and asylum seekers, trans people, marginalised people and all vulnerable people. End the far right, end fascism, stop Trump. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you. Fuck Trump, fuck the billionaires, and I hope I'm going to see all of you here again on Saturday to make them pay. And we have Claire James from the campaigns coordinator of Campaign Against Climate Change to continue that message.
We'll be here on Saturday for the Make Them Pay demo, because Trump is just one man, but he represents a much bigger movement, as everyone has said. And part of what he represents is the fossil fuel industry. We know their products are killing the planet, renewable energy is getting cheaper, but they have their man in the White House. He's not just promoting fossil fuels, he's blocking wind and solar energy to keep their profits going as the planet is dying. So his actions make every one of us less safe. Most of all, the poorest countries around the world have done at least to cause this crisis. But climate breakdown is hitting the poorest worst everywhere, especially within the US, with a deep inequality. In southern US cities like Phoenix, hospitals in the severe summer heat waves are seeing people with second-degree burns from the pavement, from hose pipes, and they're stopping, in some states, laws that say workers must have water breaks. So people will tell you, like Farage will tell you, climate action is the enemy of the workers. It's not. Billionaires are the enemy of the workers. It's not the migrants. It's those who are trying to prevent climate action and prevent justice. We all stand together.
Last but not least, I pass you over to the capable hands of Shaista Aziz from the Stop Trump Coalition.
Towards Parliament Square. We're here today to send a very loud and clear message to our own government, but also to Donald Trump, that he's not welcome in this country. It is a disgrace that Keir Starmer has rolled out the red carpet for him, and it's also a disgrace that during this state visit there will be a lavish banquet held in Windsor Castle where Donald Trump and all those invited will be feasting while the people of Gaza continue to starve, and while a live-stream genocide continues for more than 2 years, when we all know that in the blink of an eye, Donald Trump could make this stop. Now, before I leave you, I want to read a short poem by a brilliant Palestinian poet from Gaza who wrote this book called 48 kg, which the name suggests is about the number of Palestinians starving. Her name is Batul Abu Atli. The poem is called They Are in the Sky. I sit in a classroom with 50 displaced people. We teach the little ones their first lesson, Surah Al-Fatiha to recite for the souls, and the prayers to pray for the bodies. We've not taught them anything about the departed, except that they reside in the sky. And so, they roam the streets, they devour the place of Borobio biscuits, they laugh, they play, they look up saying, they are in the sky, they are in the sky. Death breaks into the classroom, he reveals secrets to the children, and suddenly they grow up. They wear their father's faces, out of the broken plates they make homes for their younger siblings. A rattle comes from their throats, they are in the sky, they are in the sky. So once again, I want to thank you for being here, and I'd urge you all to start moving in this direction now as we start the march towards Parliament Square. And let's keep standing up for justice and peace and unity and for all that is decent and
plan as this day progresses. As you mentioned at the top there, though, President Trump and First Lady Melania currently wrapping up a lunch with King Charles and Queen Camilla, really the midday point of this entire day that will be filled with that pomp and pageantry that you said, Sean, that really goes unmatched. The President and the First Lady arriving this morning to a royal welcome brought by horse-drawn carriage with the Prince and Princess of Wales. The Guard of Honor assembling on the lawn outside of Windsor Castle as the American and the British national anthems were both played in this historic trip that marks the first time that a U.S. leader was invited for a second state visit to the United Kingdom. Now, there are some reports of protests taking place in London, but here in Windsor Castle, the scene very much so overwhelmingly positive. Residents from the United Kingdom, some from the United States, gathering along the roads to welcome the president, many wearing their red MAGA caps, some American flags draped over their shoulders, and many unafraid to show their support for the president. Despite the elaborate spectacle this morning, many of the afternoon's events are actually a little bit more private. The President and the First Lady this afternoon will visit St. George Chapel to wrap a wreath on the tomb of Queen Elizabeth, who, by the way, that's during their first state visit. They'll then be treated to a flyover by the Red Arrows alongside U.S. F-35 military jets, all leading up to a state banquet later tonight where both King Charles as well as President Trump are expected to speak. Right there.
just passed.
the IFB. Yeah. Great. I do, yeah.
So this is some early material from watercolours and marquees in the 17th century, which is the first illustrated history of humanities. These are the original fruits. This is the marquee text.
The 90s food, which were wonderful, delicious. They're so good.
Thank you.
And that would be.
So we have some examples of Georgian papers from the Royal Archives. These specifically relate to the American Revolution. We have a couple of letters from This one in particular, he's witnessing the war with an evidence.
Oh, well, that's great. Well, you called it.
So these are one of the natural history illustrations.
The maps,
yeah, the map show two particular conflicts.
Yes. This was the original.
In the 19th century, British and American entrepreneurs and engineers made the cable and this message. The victorious sentinels under the Atlantic for the cable.
That's great.
Ticker tape.
That was the beginning, right?
That was the beginning of communication.
But that's fascinating.
This is very touching, the letter of condolences that President Lincoln sent to Queen Victoria.
That is so amazing. That is really, that's the real deal.
It is, and it's defining the special relationship for And then we have a couple of maps here which show a couple of critical battles in the war. And this is the final battle of the war with Independence, where the British laid down their arms and defeated the
Are they that size?
How long would it take for these letters to reach the city?
Well, these letters are
So they were written in terms
yes. This here is an essay.
still going strong. This generally Is that actually the original? So how is this story?
How does it work? Well, it's a very special box wound around it. But you could probably work out the ways each letter is inked. So you just can spot the letters. It's an attempt to re-establish
the whole message.
It will probably be these
That's one message.
Yes, this is showing just about the Great Plains towards American defeat 30 years back.
So this has to be stored in special. So if we want to remember it, they want to get
That was the American one.
Is that outside of
We are correct.
This is a very touching letter sent by President
British Navy or somebody else?
French American.
in a very verbose but it is quite going out of his way to say normally as soon as they he describes the British
in this essay, George III writes that America is really upset. Tries to look for different things that America will be a better trade partner, which is not
I remember a long time ago owning the land. Something that a couple of
it's probably a
here we have
just inconvenient. Really upset that America had lost many times to trade and yeah, early this.
Monica did that in her previous flight.
You found it.
Yeah, that was not trashy. No Ravens fan for me. We're good. Good, Brian? Anna? Whatever you need to do. 50 years since the stars and these observations were 550 years ago, 1475. It's a beautiful building, and the light just comes through the windows and so forth. But if you look up, you can see lots of flags, and they belong to the colours. Living members of the Ordinary Council of the highest group of chivalry, the highest group of people, king is some his own subjects. But the retinal plates on the back of all the seats, they are showing the places that former members of the Ordinary Council sat. There's one in particular, if I may, that very much like to show you. Sure. Winston Churchill, King George III, quite a well-known king in American history. He's one of.
And this is it?
So that's the entrance to it.
So that's the entrance. Yes. So you have a vault there.
We do. So
do people go down?
Not very often. Not very often. No. There are 10 British male monarchs here, plus as the Dean said, so we have 11 British monarchs. It's very special for us to look after.
It's a lot of history.
It's a lot of history, yes. And sadly, we haven't got time to do all of it today.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. It's a great job you've done. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. And just since I'm in the job, keen on trade and industry and so forth, if you look at the very bottom bit of the window, the much smaller figures,
yes,
they all allude to the good works of Prince Albert, Queen Victoria's husband. And you can see this trade and industry, innovation, art and crafts, all things that we're jointly so interested in, keen to improve.
What a place. What a place.
It's been a pleasure having you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. This Thomas.
Very good job.
Thank you very much. The Dean will.
So I think there's no need to keep it in time.
This was a great honor.
Really.
Oh.
You're American. Yeah, watching you get that was us.
Yes.
I didn't see anything.
There was a funny moment where the Queen, I think, really lost her pass.
Oh, really? I didn't
She
see
was
it.
Oh,
really? I didn't see it. Good spot. Get a picture.
can, yes. You caught it, many at home. If you were watching at the end of the last hour, you might have caught it yourself, but the meeting retreat ceremony, several marching bands coming together, playing for a remarkable performance that is capped off by the red arrows and the F-35 fighter jets flying in unison right over Windsor Castle, right behind the meeting. The streak of red, white, and blue behind it. You could hear the crowd outside of Windsor Castle here erupt and cheer as they saw it. And perhaps what is the high point of today, at least what a lot of people are looking forward to, in a day that's filled with this pomp and pageantry that really goes unmatched anywhere else. The President and the First Lady arriving this morning to nothing short of a royal welcome brought by horse-drawn carriage with Prince and Princess of Wales. The Guard of Honor assembled on the lawn outside of Windsor Castle as the American and the British national anthems were both played, and this historic trip marks the first time that a U.S. leader was invited for a second state visit to the United Kingdom. Now, there are some reports of protests taking place in London here in Windsor, but it's not so much the case. The scene is overwhelmingly positive from what we've seen. In fact, we've seen residents from the United Kingdom, some coming from the United States as well, gathering along the roads to welcome the president. We do see some wearing their red MAGA caps, some have American flags draped over their shoulders, but a lot also unafraid to show their support for President Trump. Speaking your mind is a newfound degree of importance in the United States, but one here in the United Kingdom as well. It's an issue that is on the back of mind for a lot of people, especially conservatives in this country. From President Trump and First Lady Melania now heading to a banquet tonight where the pageantry will continue. A 164-foot island table, silverware that is over 200 years old. Of course, King Charles is expected to give a speech at some point tonight, as is President Trump, so we'll be following that very closely to see if perhaps we can get a glimpse of what those remarks will be, or President Trump says anything afterwards. Okay, thank you. We're good for right now. Sorry about that. Well, okay, so I heard that for some reason it's different. I don't know why, don't ask me why. No, like it's different than the previous. For some reason it's different. Please, yes. By a while, that was not supposed to be.
Thank you very much for joining us here in Windsor. We're outside Windsor Castle as the state visit, the second state visit of US President Donald Trump to the United Kingdom continues. You're watching our live coverage all day throughout this first full day of Donald Trump's unprecedented second state visit to the United Kingdom. After all, he's the first non-royal to have been invited to this honor. We have seen a lot of action here in Windsor throughout the day, and in fact we are now in the middle of what you might define as a lull in proceedings. We're not expecting to see of anything of the royal family or of President Donald Trump or First Lady Melania Trump over the next few hours before the state banquet begins and the first guests start to arrive. So no one really knows what they're doing, but they are within the grounds of Windsor Castle, and that is indeed where they have spent almost the entire day. A few minutes ago we witnessed the fly past of the Red Arrows aerobatics team. A few people here in Windsor assembled for that one, knew exactly at what time they were going to be flying over Windsor Castle, and received some applause as well from onlookers. That was the last part of a military ceremony that was being held on the East Lawn inside Windsor Castle. The last time we saw footage of President Trump and of King Charles III before the state banquet. That is going to be probably the highlight of this visit for the first couple. It is going to be the first time also during this day where we will hear directly from Donald Trump and from King Charles. So far, just a few asides from President Trump toward some of the press that has been traveling with him, but nothing of note. That's when we will be hearing their toasts, undoubtedly one of the main moments of this state visit by Donald Trump to the United Kingdom. It's worth, though, looking back at what we have seen so far today. A day full of pomp and pageantry, of course, and also a day that has been designed to impress Donald Trump and leave him with the most positive impression possible of his relationship with the United Kingdom, with the royal family, and of course also with Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who was here in attendance for the military ceremony and for the fly past, and who will be inviting Donald Trump to Chequers, to his private retreat in the countryside tomorrow. All of them present for that military ceremony just a short while ago. Keir Starmer not in attendance for the very first part of Donald Trump's state visit. That was when he arrived here within the grounds of Windsor Castle just after noon here local time, with Marine One landing inside Windsor Castle and Donald Trump and Melania Trump exiting it to be greeted by Prince William and Princess Catherine. Thereafter, they were taken to another part of that official greeting, first contact, if you will, between Donald Trump and Melania Trump with King Charles and Queen Camilla. All of this very much part of a rehearsed spectacle that we have been able to observe large parts of during this day. It also included this much talked about carriage procession throughout the Windsor estate. This is the kind of thing that usually would happen inside the streets of Windsor, right here behind me, where you're seeing some people assemble. They would have been able to see that in normal times, if you will, but in this case, Donald Trump was kept very much behind the walls of Windsor Castle. Compare that to the last state visit. Well, that was in July of this year, and French President Emmanuel Macron also treated to a carriage procession. These are horse-drawn carriages through the streets of Windsor, so there was contact there, not necessarily physical, but there was some contact with the local population there for the French president. That is being kept entirely to a minimum, to pretty much zero today. There is no contact between Donald Trump and any local people and any potential protesters as well, of course. And there are possibilities for that to happen. We've only seen maybe a dozen protesters out here outside the gates to Windsor Castle. A few Donald Trump supporters also here in attendance, notable by their red hats, of course. But Donald Trump also is not expected to spend any time between now, this morning, local time, and tomorrow evening when he leaves Chequers, the private estate of the British Prime Minister. He's not going to be in central London at all. If he was right now, he might be able to observe at least part of the protest that is happening there right now. Thousands of people expected to attend the big protest against Donald Trump, against his state visit that is being held there right now. Let's look back at more of today's state visit, though. There was a part of this ceremony, of the ceremonial day that was taking place outside of Windsor Castle on the grounds of the estate. That was the carriage procession during which Donald Trump and King Charles were in the leading carriage, if you will. They had one all to themselves and were able to spend about 15 to 20 minutes all by themselves in conversation. The next carriage thereafter, that was for the First Lady Melania Trump and Queen Camilla. Also, the two of them all by themselves, able to have a conversation before any other events here began. But it was after that carriage procession that we saw the renditions of the national anthems and the departure of Donald Trump and Melania Trump and the whole US delegation to the inside of Windsor Castle. That is where we must presume that they are right now. Again, it's going to take a few hours before we see the delegations again, and indeed before we hear from them as well. Likely to be one of the most important moments, at least in terms of what you will have heard from both King Charles III and President Donald Trump. Of course, these will be speeches that will have been planned very much in advance, certainly on behalf of the royal household, and maybe a little bit more spontaneous on behalf of Donald Trump if he does anything like he has done in the past. Again, it's worth looking at this schedule because today is very much a day that is being spent within Windsor Castle, and indeed the President and the First Lady will be spending the night here. But tomorrow, Thursday, is going to be a different story altogether. This is not really a political visit, with maybe the exception of a state visit always being used for political purposes to impress the visiting head of state, of course. But this Thursday will give Donald Trump and Prime Minister Keir Starmer the actual possibility to talk politics, to talk policy as well. And that is where the differences between the United Kingdom and the United States will come to the fore as well, of course. And there are huge differences politically between these two countries, despite the fact that the personal relationship between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer clearly is a good one right now, despite the fact that they come from completely different parts of the political spectrum. There are differences on Gaza, of course. The United Kingdom set to officially recognize Palestine as a state at the UN General Assembly next week in New York, together with other European countries as well. That is something that the United States opposes entirely. That is a huge difference between the two governments right now. When it comes to Ukraine, there are also big differences. The United Kingdom, together with the European Union and many other countries in the West, want the United States to be stronger in its opposition to Russian President Vladimir Putin, to keep on helping Ukraine militarily and financially, something that appears to be at risk during the second term for President Donald Trump. That is undoubtedly something that will come up at Chequers at the private residence of the Prime Minister this Thursday. And that visit will be followed by a joint press conference for the two leaders. And maybe that will be the moment where reality will come back, where the state visit really will feel like it will have come to an end for President Trump, because that is when he will be asked potentially difficult questions, and Keir Starmer too, about the differences between the two, about other things that have overshadowed this state visit, or at least have formed the backdrop to this state visit. Take, for example, the fact that the UK ambassador to the United States was fired recently by Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Lord Mandelson no longer has the office of ambassador to the United States. The reason? Because of his too close relationship with the convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Indeed, there were images of Jeffrey Epstein together with Donald Trump that were beamed onto the walls of Windsor Castle that you can see behind me last night. A reminder that not not everything is going all that well for Donald Trump right now. This is very much a priority for the UK press right now here in the United Kingdom. Not necessarily the subject number one, if you will, in the United States right now. It's worth remembering that Donald Trump came here to the United Kingdom yesterday to the backdrop of not an increase necessarily in political violence, but the fear of an increase thereof after the assassination of the conservative activist and big Donald Trump supporter Charlie Kirk. Indeed, Donald Trump has said that he will be traveling on Sunday to his remembrance ceremony in Arizona in the United States. So as usual, when it comes to bilateral meetings, when it comes to a state visit, you can look at it through different prisms, through the prism of the visiting head of state and through the prism of the head of state who is organizing this whole event. And that is definitely the case this time around as well. It's worth again talking about the protests, though, because that is an event that Donald Trump will not be witnessing. He is not a popular head of state at all in this country right now. A recent poll mentions that he might have less than 20% of a positive view from people in the United Kingdom. But still, he was invited to this state visit, something that has not gone down all too well with a lot of people here, many of whom have decided to protest and indeed are protesting right now as we speak in central London. Windsor, though, has been a calm place throughout the day. Yes, there have been a few Trump supporters here mingling without any kind of problem with those who have traveled here to oppose Donald Trump's state visit. They oppose the simple fact that he has been invited for a state visit, but also they of course oppose the politics and the policy of Donald Trump. But again, these are scenes that he is very, very unlikely to see because he's being kept very much within the confines of Windsor Castle. Within the next few hours, you'll be seeing first footage of the state banquet that is being held in St. George's Hall within Windsor Castle. It is going to be spectacular, undoubtedly, and if you were watching our live coverage earlier in the day, you will have been able to hear about a lot of details of that state banquet from our London-based correspondent and expert in all things British royal family. She told us, for example, about the moment where we will find out what these dignitaries will be wearing and also what kind of jewelry they might be wearing, whether there might be any symbolism in anything that is being arranged around the banquet table. And speaking of which, we already know what kind of gifts have been exchanged between the first couple and the British royal family, and it's worth looking at just the one because Donald Trump was given by King Charles III the flag, the Union Jack that was flown on Buckingham Palace on the day of President Donald Trump's inauguration. Maybe that is a reminder of what the really most important thing is during a state visit. It is to please the person who is visiting, to leave them with as positive an impression as possible. And of course, it doesn't damage that relationship at all if you give the President of the United States a flag that was flown on Buckingham Palace on the day of his second inauguration. So that is one of the gifts that Donald Trump will be leaving Windsor with when his state visit comes to an end. A state visit that has been called unprecedented many times, and there is a simple reason for that. This is the very first time that a non-royal has been invited for a second state visit to the United Kingdom. The last one came in 7 years ago for Donald Trump. That one, though, many parts of which did take place at and around Buckingham Palace. The big difference this time around, everything is very much contained within Windsor Castle. Other heads of state, of course, get invited by the royal family as well, but maybe this one is that little bit more controversial simply because of the timing. There would be some experts who'd say, why is this kind of an honor being given to someone as unpopular as President Donald Trump, and why so early in his second term in the White House? Why use that joker, if you will, during the first year of the 4 years that Donald Trump will be spending in the White House? For him, though, undoubtedly this is the kind of thing he loves. This is not an opinion, this is not commentary. We all know that that is the case, and he has said so very clearly. He likes the British royal family. He has said it again today. He believes that he is a friend of King Charles III, and indeed, they have spent a lot of time together today. And that is where we are right now. They are all inside Windsor Castle right now. The next time we will see them, and you'll be able to see this on our live feed, will be footage that we'll be getting from the royal banquet that is going to be held tonight inside Windsor Castle. That is going to be tonight at 8 p.m. local time, make that 5 p.m. Eastern time. And the next time I'll be on to get you more details of what is happening inside Windsor Castle, what is happening here outside, and to take a look at whether the protests in London are getting bigger and share the footage with you. That will be at 7 p.m. Local time here. Make that 3 p.m. Eastern time. That is the next time we will be on air together. And we of course invite you to keep watching our live coverage of all the events surrounding this second and again unprecedented state visit by President Donald Trump to the United Kingdom. And if you're watching our live coverage right now, be it on YouTube or on our website on apnews.com, it's because we have journalists on the ground throughout the world. And if you want to support this kind of unbiased and independent journalism, we invite you to again visit our website and give us your support. That's at apnews.com/donate, apnews.com/donate. Of course, we would very much invite you to give us your support. And we thank you as well for watching our live coverage of this state visit. We'll be back soon with much more.
Also auf die Frage, was da eigentlich heute los ist, kann man eigentlich nur sagen, dass Keir Starmer das britische Premierminister
mindless seeking grace. We will not sleepwalk into a world of such cruelty. The media, in the end, will not save us. This Labour government, in the end, will not save us. It's up to us to turn around these streets when fascism knocks at the door. And it is here, in the form of Trump, in the form of Iran, in the form of hundreds of thousands marching, getting their flags and wanting to stop the violence. Life in this country has been funding to the NHS, funding for schooling, youth centres, for local communities. Money doesn't go far enough, house prices are through the roof, and the far right, these millionaires, will never get close to recovery, are promising people they can repair their broken lives, repair their broken communities, with deportation, with harsh anti-migration policies, scapegoating asylum seekers, scapegoating diversity on the whole. Only compassionate leftist politics tackling austerity and inequality could begin to repair this damage. And that's what we must do. Passionately, relentlessly, in the face of Donald Trump, in the face of Nigel Farage, in the face of Tommy Robinson and anyone else who is discord in this country. I can hear the boots from last century marching down the decades towards it. The boots of men who are just doing their jobs. We've been watching genocide unfold across 2 years, while those providing support and cover are safely meeting as we speak. I'm afraid of the world forming around us, of history repeating itself so clearly, so blatantly. Once again, the vulnerable and minoritized are being blamed, scapegoated, and harmed. Once again, hate is becoming a popular movement. Impunity is in the air, and we must demand accountability. I often turn to a quote from John Steinbeck, who says, "All the goodness and heroism that tries to prepare me cut down and rise up. It isn't that the evil is saying, it's that it never will. But it doesn't die, and we have to keep fighting. It's time for us to take our place in the long line of the protest without end. Ours is a politics of love, theirs is a politics of division. We have to make ourselves heard, and tonight, I think we have. Thank you so much."
Karishma Patel, will you please now welcome to the stage from Save British Farming, give a massive round of applause to Ollie Fletcher!
Hello, I speak for Save British Farming. We have brought our tractor, you might see over there, and we are very proud to stand with you today because we fight against substandard food. We do not want chlorinated chicken coming into this country. We do not want hormone-fed beef. Trump has come to this country to refine his trade deal. He will be dining with the King, trying to convince Starmer to sign a free trade agreement. We must make sure they know that our food standards and our health are off the table. Starmer has forced through the UK-US economic prosperity deal without parliamentary scrutiny. He used a negative procedure a statutory instrument. Parliament in this country is no longer sovereign. The executive is, with their unelected advisors. If, while dining with the King, Starmer is convinced to sign a free trade agreement with America, British farmers will not be able to compete on price with the processed American stock. Our standards are too high and our regulations are too strict. But if Starmer signs away our food security, if Starmer signs away our food production to appease Trump, he will also be signing away our security. We will be reliant on America for our sustenance. They will have us by the neck. He will also be signing away our environment. We have our animal welfare regulations and our environmental measures for a reason. And he will be signing away our health. We do not want chlorinated chicken to be forced into our homes. But perhaps most crucially, an American free trade agreement threatens our democracy. The UK-US economic prosperity deal has set a precedent whereby the executive makes decisions about what we can eat and what we can buy in the shops without Parliament looking at it at all. When the Conservatives tried to get a free trade agreement, we managed to stop it by saying that we will not eat chlorinated chicken, just as our NHS cannot be sailed. It's nice to have spoken to you today. Do come and say hello by the tractor. Thank you very much.
Will you now please welcome from the CMD, start clapping and cheering and welcome Sophie Bolts!
Thanks very much. It's so amazing to see so many of you, tens of thousands of people on the streets against the disgusting Donald Trump. He's not welcome here, is he? We know that he's an absolutely massive threat to all of us. He's facilitating genocide in Gaza. He's pushed those NATO states to rearm on a huge scale across Europe and here in Britain, has massively increased the military spending of these governments. And of course, he's emboldening the far right and fascists across the globe. He's doing this to try and maintain the US as the #1 superpower in the world. But it's this US-led world order that has got us here, isn't it? To genocide, to climate breakdown, to global poverty, and the rising threat of nuclear annihilation. And now, Trump's deadly new nuclear weapons are stationed across Europe and here in Britain at a NATO base in Lakenheath, just 70 miles from here. Now these nuclear bombs are designed by the US specifically for war. Just one bomb has the destructive power to kill over 600,000 people and release deadly radiation, poisoning people, our ecosystems, and causing cancers for generations. And Lakenheath, this military base where these US nuclear weapons are based, has also been directly involved in Israel's genocidal war against the Palestinians. So we say, these bases like Lakenheath, these bases of death, they need to be shut down. We need to end this so-called special relationship with the US because it's just dragging us towards war after war after war. And these wars are getting more and more dangerous and more reckless. And these nuclear bombs that are stationed at Lakenheath, they could be used in these reckless wars. And that makes all of us a massive target. Because we know the risks of nuclear weapons being used in war is growing. Poland is calling on NATO to create a so-called no-fly zone over Ukraine. This would bring the US directly into war with Russia, the two biggest nuclear powers in the world. So we have to do absolutely everything we can to stop this. Now, not surprisingly, the majority of the British population oppose Trump's nukes being deployed here in Britain. We totally understand
last five. 63700.
Hey, yes. Got me? Well, how are you? Yes. Hey John, it's good to be with you. Yeah, President Trump and First Lady Melania, as you folks right there, preparing for the headline event of the first day of this historic visit to the United Kingdom. Now, the President and First Lady, just moments ago, overseeing a beating retreat ceremony. British marching bands coming together for what can only be described as a spectacular performance, capped off by a rather unforgettable moment as well. Red arrows flying overhead, a stream of red, white, and blue flashing across the sky, met with applause by all of those people that were watching outside. Now, the royal family moments ago releasing these images. President Trump and First Lady Melania being given a tour of the royal collection at Windsor Castle's Green Drawing Room. The King and Queen showcasing historical items related to the United States and Britain and their shared history together. The collection including first editions and watercolors, with letters from the American colonies concerning U.S. independence. American and British citizens also gathering outside of Windsor Castle. And while there are some protesters, most people here, John, appear to be part of the moment, if not outright showing their support for President Trump. Red caps, MAGA caps, and American flags atop the site, and many unafraid to declare their appreciation for the president. that tonight's banquet is nothing short of extraordinary as well, taking place inside the 1,000-year-old castle with a 164-foot mahogany table laid with 200-year-old silver with speeches expected from the king and, of course, from President Trump, which we can assume will also be a sight to see, or at least hear. So hopefully we'll get a glimpse of what that sounds like, maybe an update from the president after that, John.
But I also see that an essential part of our future now lies with the alternatives. And we've heard this evening from some of the blinding bright lights of that alternative politics, from Jeremy Corbyn, from Zara Sultana, from Zach Polanski. I don't care, I'm a pragmatist. I don't care who gets in a particular seat as long as they represent us. I hope they give us the sense that there is some hope that our country might actually get better for the people who live here, not just for the oligarchs. As long as they build a country which ceases to blame asylum seekers for the crimes of the oligarchs, then we will have a politics which works for us and not for the likes of Donald Trump. It is not just Trump who is unwelcome here. It is those who grovel before him. Thank you.
George will you please now join me in welcoming to the stage from Disabled People Against Cuts? Give a massive round of applause to Andy Green!
Solidarity from Disabled People Against Cuts. Okay. This fucker is dangerous, right? Because we know that what he says from the highest seat resonates down onto the school yard and the bullies who operate there and on the streets and in the workplaces and in our communities. His attitudes and actions are reflected in our daily lives. And we know that his attitude towards disabled people, migrants and other marginalised groups is absolutely horrific. And his language and his actions is absolutely dangerous. We know when you start to utter and marginalise and pick on groups that are seen as not able to fight back, what happens? People are pushed to the edges. People are forgotten and fall through the cracks. Not us, not disabled people. We have fought back every single time in this country and around the world, and we will continue to do that. We understand that the way you push back against these bullies is to come out onto the streets, to reclaim these spaces, to reclaim your voices, and to tell your own story. Because we won't have our stories written without us. We will not be written out of our own stories. We have fought for and earned our place in this society and in communities and societies across the globe. We understand what resistance and organised resistance means. It means supporting one another.
It means showing solidarity, and it means turning up. So give yourselves a big round of applause for turning up and showing solidarity this evening. Trump might go away at some point, but this politics won't. And we have to keep turning up on these streets and every street around the world, because we cannot let this ideology take hold. We have seen where it leads, and it is absolutely not happening again, not on our watch. So not just for these few days, but continuously in support of the people of Palestine, in support of disabled people, in support of people coming to this country wanting to contribute and build a better life. We say solidarity, we're here together and we're not going anywhere. All the best, folks.
Thank you very much, Andy Green! Give it up. Listen, there's no easy way to say this. I've got someone's freedom pass. Someone has dropped their freedom pass. The name on it is Martina Rohr. That's R-O-H-R. If my A-level German is still functioning, I think that pronunciation is correct. Martina, if you are still here, somebody will have it down the front there. Otherwise, I'm keeping it and will be exercising my right to free travel on London public transport. Okay, thank you, yes. Cheers for fraud. It's time for our next speaker. Will you please join me in welcoming from Freedom from Torture, Kolbasia Hausu!
Thank you, thank you. Wow. Friends, when we look around today, we see empty fridges, long hospital waiting lists, families sleeping on the street, community caught in economic despair. These are not inevitable. They are not accident fate. Yet somehow we taught to believe that they are the fault of immigrants, of minorities, of so-called worklessness. Always an enemy within, always someone without power. This is the old trick of fear and division. It is made more dangerous when politicians speak with hatred or when our leaders stay silent. And last weekend, we saw what happened when a lie is dressed up as a revolution. People march for not justice, but in the service of chaos. I speak to you not as an observer, but as someone who has lived. Okay, thank you. So I speak to you not as an observer, but as someone who has lived this before. In the country many of us come from, we warn you how freedom can be taken away, oppression reigns supreme, human rights. This one is not just permission. Permission for the king to cross the wall to agree, silence, to destroy. And when democracy dictators everywhere celebrate. But here is the thing. join in start voting and we will move. This is why we stand here. Not only for immigrants, not only for Muslims, not only for women, but for everyone. For everyone. Because if it takes away the right for one group, it can take them away from all of us. That is why we need compassion. We need calm heart, clear mind, and the courage to resist the oldest plan of all. That's your neighbor with your enemy. We are at the crossroad. We can choose silence or we can choose peace. We can choose division or we can choose united. I say to you, stand up, stand together, stand firm, because the fight against torture, against hate, against oppression, it is not only about protecting some of us. It is about protecting all of us. And the war is the worst one. We need to do it. Thank you.
Go back in house, give it up everybody!
Thank you very much. Thanks, Liz. Thanks everyone for being here. My name's Alex. I'm the chair of the Stop the War Coalition. And despite Tommy Robinson's claims to have organised the biggest demonstration in history, Stop the War organised the biggest demonstration in our country's history against the Iraq War, where we had over 2 million people on the streets. We still hold the record. But let me tell you, we are now nearly 2 years into the genocide. And on October the 11th, which is the anniversary of the start of the genocide, we are organising with the Palestine Coalition the next national demonstration. Put your hands up if you're going to be on that demonstration, because we need that to be the biggest one ever as we march through the streets of London and show that the streets are our streets, and we will keep marching until we see peace in Gaza. I want to talk to you about state visits, because just a week ago, Keir Starmer stood outside Downing Street and welcomed the Israeli President Isaac Herzog into Downing Street to talk to him on a state visit. Isaac Herzog is one of the authors of the genocide, the man who signs bombs before they're put on planes to be dropped on Gaza. And then today, he's welcomed Donald Trump, the man who thinks the way to bring peace to Gaza is to wipe out all the Gazans, move them out, and create a Riviera and a golf course in Gaza. What a disgrace that our government is giving audience to those people when it should be standing up for them. Remember that Donald Trump is the president who gave the green light to Israel bombing Iran and bombing Qatar against the UN regulations. It's a war crime to bomb those countries. So the world does feel a much less safe place when Donald Trump is in charge of the biggest superpower in this world. And it is astonishing, isn't it, that there are some people who are openly saying they think he should be given the Nobel Peace Prize. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? This is the man who is bringing terror at home to vulnerable people and terror abroad when he could be bringing a stop to it. He's bringing terror at home now with his talk of mass deportation and using the killing of Charlie Kirk to say there's going to be a crackdown on dissent. When he says there's going to be a crackdown on dissent, we know who will be cracking down. That will be the people who are advocating for peace, the people who are advocating for justice for Gaza, the people who are advocating against mass deportation. So we should be very, very frightened about the future under Donald Trump. Because, as others have said, he's emboldened the far right in our country. What we saw on the streets of London on Saturday was Trumpism in the UK. Stephen Bannon, I don't know if he turned up, but Stephen Bannon was due to speak at Tommy Robinson's rally. Elon Musk joined him by video. He may have fallen out with Trump, but he believes in the politics of Trumpism. And can you imagine Elon Musk on video link just down the road there said, call for violence, call for people to rise up, call for the overthrow of the British government. Can you imagine if one of the speakers here today had called for the overthrow of our government or called for violence on the streets? You won't hear us saying that, but can you imagine that Elon Musk was allowed to do that on our streets in London? My final message to you is, as others have said, we're living through very polarised times. There's a real polarisation in our society, not just here, but abroad. And it feels very, very scary for my generation and for future generations. And it feels like we're in a battle. We're in a battle for the soul of our country. We're in a battle for the soul of the world. So my call to you, and I'm joining with others in making that call, is that we have to unite the struggles. We have
to put aside some of the differences we've got, as we've done on countless times, and unite the struggles against racism, unite the struggles against the genocide in Gaza, unite the struggles against injustice everywhere, and come together in common cause. And I hope we can start doing that, as I've said, on October the 11th, on the next national demonstration for Gaza. We need that to be the biggest one ever. So please make sure you're there. Please make sure you're bringing your friends, your family, and your work colleagues. Solidarity, free, 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 free. Thank you very much.
In the US, Trump has introduced loads of anti-trans measures, banning trans healthcare, encouraging bullying of trans kids in schools, sports bans for trans kids, including proposing genital inspection for girls' schools, making universities more transparent, encouraging media disinformation about trans people, and the Trump election campaign spent $250 million on anti-trans adverts, the biggest single expenditure in that campaign. And now Trump is trying to use the Kurd shooting as an excuse to ban trans people from owning guns, which is exactly what the Nazis did to the Jews in 1938. Trump has created such a climate of fear amongst trans people in the US that many of our trans and non-binary friends there now live in exile in Europe and elsewhere. But yet, very faint. Most of what Trump is doing in the US is also happening right here in the UK under a Labour government. The healthcare bans, trans section 28 in schools, the media cheering out transphobia on an industrial scale while hermetically excluding trans journalists, bans from sports including fun runs, supporting people who advocate violence against trans people, trying to make universities more transphobic, a toilet ban which would make life impossible for us, an even worse one than in the US. All of which have been brought in without any vote in Parliament at all. And yes, a lot of British trans people have also already moved abroad to places like Ireland, Spain and Sweden. We know that what happens in the US comes over here. And we need to ask, has Starmer sold it to trans people for a deal with the Irish fascists? Transphobia is now essential to fascism. It's not peripheral, it's front and centre. It's a core component of fascism. If you're transphobic, you are a fascist. To quote inspirational trans woman Mara Birkwood, how politicians treat trans people now is indicative of how they will treat everyone eventually. To finish, I just want to say, I'm also here for my grandfather. He was killed in World War II fighting fascism. He didn't roll out the red carpet, he fought fascists. We need to stop fascism now. More and more people will die. There's no cavalry coming over the hill this time to rescue us. The cavalry is going to have to be us, here, now. And it will be, but it will take hard work and stamina. And as they say in Spain, si se puede, yes, we can. Trans people in this country have been fighting under the cosh of vicious right-wing propaganda for more than a decade. And we are still here and we will keep fighting and never give up. The fascists and their media want everyone to feel defeated. We must never give up. That's what they want. All of us together, we can and must do this. Keep fighting.
unity, and we will win. Love and rage.
Solidarity, comrades. It's great to see so many people out here. It's a real privilege to be here and speak on behalf of Black Lives Matter UK. Right now, many people are frightened, shocked by the growth of the far right. They have seen in London last week over 100,000 protesters marching for Tommy Robinson. This was largest ever far-right marching petition. It was supported, funded by apartheid life, the richest man on the planet, Elon Musk. Anti-fascists organised. They were outnumbered more than 20 to 1. But this is not the first war. Right now, us, Trump, Robinson, they want us to feel small. They want us to feel afraid. But the truth is, we are the majority, not them.
I think it's a montage.
We've already proven in recent months, in recent years, we have brought people out in their millions for Black lives and for Palestine. We will not let them win. We need to think about how we organize, as the previous speaker has said. Right now, as we think about their growth, we need to think about our collective power. Because what we saw in the streets was not their strength. It was racist retaliation against our collective power. So when we see these fascist boneheads, they're doing it because they cling onto a racist and rotten past, which shaped by white supremacist myths. But when we are organizing for a future that is rooted in care, in solidarity, and in the basic fact of our shared humanity. And friends, we know where their politics leads. Their path, it leads to more race riots, greater inequality, and ultimately the genocide. Where is our conflict? Where is our strength? We know that when we look at our history, our path causes us to win greater freedom for all. We win.
I can hear it. No, I'm not talking to anyone. I can hear the Windsor Castle.
For all. And that's what they hate.
So we're going into Windsor Castle, then going into a VC. I linked between the VC. Am I telling you that?
How dare they? We know Trump and Musk is a greater danger than anyone in those hotels. And we need to create our tradition, feminism, anti-racism, our tradition stand up for survivors. Survivors like the single women in West Midlands, who took a brave stand and speak up against the racists who attacked them. They told her to leave the country. Absolutely do not forget that. Right now, we learn our heritage. We organize in our tradition. We organize and we can win. This is what we're up to today. So friends, take heart. Organize with us. Black Lives Matter UK. You can find us. You can find us on Instagram, BLM UK, or online on UK. That's the UKBLM.org. We're organizing an anti-racist network. We need new organizations, but we need to bring people who are already organizing together. They might have billionaires on their side, but we have the hope of billions. Friends, I'm going to end with a single word.
Well, Riz, police estimate around 5,000
Can't lose faith. We must be steadfast. As
in
people
rally
under a genocide fighting for full resistance, so must we.
being organised by
They want us to choose, they want despair. We must choose courage.
charities and
They want us to be afraid, but we must choose hope. They are choosing hate, but we must choose love. Let's organize together, and let's take the promise of generations before us. Their slogan was, here to stay, here to fight. We say Black Lives Matter because we believe in the same thing. Here to stay, here to fight. Here to stay, here to fight. Here to stay, here to fight. Black Lives Matter, solidarity.
Cheer everybody! We have 3 speakers left. Will you please join me in welcoming the first of them from the Jewish Socialist Group? Please welcome Sue Levi-Hughes!
Well, I think that was clean, was it? Did it make sense?
What channel are you guys?
No problem. Yeah, we're done. Thank you so much for the light.
Trump has a long history of anti-Semitic rhetoric.
I can come back and carry it.
As Trump and Starmer died in
See you again. Take care of yourself. God, the effort to go for 30 seconds.
Boo!
But in fairness, I was here doing radio all afternoon.
Here our government has still failed to ban conversion and trans communities their basics. In the US, people
Miles away.
In the US, those who bravely speak out against injustice
Welcome again to our live coverage of US President Donald Trump's second state visit to the United Kingdom. For those who've been watching earlier on YouTube or on apnews.com, thank you for staying with us and joining us again. We're now at a moment of this state visit here in Windsor, and you can see Windsor Castle right behind me, where we are waiting for the state banquet to begin. That's in St. George's Hall within Windsor Castle. This is the place you can see behind me where this whole state visit has been happening today. President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump have spent the whole day within these walls, quite a long way from the public. In fact, anybody who might have wanted to catch a glimpse of the presidential couple, or indeed of any members of the royal family, will have been disappointed, and that includes any protesters who might have wanted to get close to those participating in this state. Windsor Castle, we can hear a few voices, a few discussions. President Trump and the fact that the state visit was organized in the first place, and others who are supporters of him. Entirely peaceful here in Windsor. But as we speak, there is a large protest happening in central London. This is specifically a protest against Donald Trump's policies in the United States and against the UK government's decision, and indeed the royal family's decision, to invite him to a second unprecedented state visit. We say unprecedented because it is indeed the very first time that a non-royal, in this case a US president, is invited to a second state visit in the United Kingdom. The first one was for President Trump during his first term in the White House. At that moment, he was invited by Queen Elizabeth II. And speaking of the late Queen, this is one part that we didn't see any images of during Donald Trump's state visit. He went to the place where the late Queen was laid to rest. That's inside St. George's Chapel. We have seen footage of him meeting members of the young choir there, but then the moment thereafter was entirely private. We haven't seen any video or photo footage thereof of the President and the First Lady laying a wreath at the tomb of Queen Elizabeth II. A very serene moment, one must presume, and of course a particularly thoughtful one. President Trump is believed to have been a fan, maybe even a long day here in Windsor together, that they have spent together almost at all moments, those two people being President Trump and King Charles III. And let's now go back to what we have already witnessed today, starting with the welcome ceremony that was organized and set up within Windsor Castle for US President Donald Trump. This was the moment where he was greeted officially by King Charles, also by Queen Camilla, and they then were able to inspect a guard of honor at length before entering Windsor Castle later for a private lunch. It has indeed been a day of a lot of pomp and pageantry. Welcome back to Windsor and our live coverage of Donald Trump's state visit to the United Kingdom, and apologies for the technical trouble we had a little bit earlier. We are currently awaiting the arrival of all of the guests for the state banquet that will be held within the next hour in St. George's Hall inside Windsor Castle that you can see behind me. This is the most, probably the most spectacular moment of this state visit, despite the fact that this has been a day that has been filled with pomp and pageantry. This is most likely still going to be the moment that will give us some of the images that will be remembered the longest from this state visit, and also some of the words of King Charles III and President Donald Trump, because this is going to be the first time tonight, just before the state banquet begins, where we will actually hear from both of them. It has been a day that is relatively rare, certainly in President Trump's reality, where he hasn't been speaking to the press, and indeed hasn't had the possibility to speak to the press. So organized and so meticulous has this state visit been, that everything has gone entirely according to plan, at least from what we can see. All of the elements that were planned have come through, with the notable exception maybe of a flypast that was supposed to be happening around an hour and a half ago, a joint flypast by F-35 fighter jets, both British and American. Because of the weather, you can see behind me with low grey clouds and a little bit of rain, that was not possible. But still, those people who did mingle here outside of Windsor Castle, a few dozen, maybe a few hundred here outside of the castle gates, were able to see a flyover by the Red Arrows aerobatics team. That led to applause here down in the streets outside Windsor Castle. Now, we don't have a guest list yet for this state banquet. That will be made official as it begins, but of course one can presume at this point that almost all members of the British royal family will be present, and that almost all of the members of the US delegation who have accompanied President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump during the state visit here in Windsor will be present as well. We have, of course, seen the first couple of the United States, but we've also seen the likes of Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of the Treasury Bessent has been here as well, Steve Witkoff, the lead negotiator on everything on behalf of the Trump administration. When it comes to Gaza, when it comes to Ukraine as well, he is present here as well as other members of Donald Trump's inner circle, the likes of his chief of staff, for example, press secretary, and many other. This is, of course, one of those visits that are very rare for a US president, and in this case, unprecedented for a US president to be invited twice on a state visit to the United Kingdom. That explains why there are so many members of his administration present and who wanted to be here. And those who have been here close to President Trump, and indeed those members of the royal family and the royal household who've been close to the action, have seen quite a few spectacular events today. And let's take you back to what we have seen so far today during this state visit to the United Kingdom by President Trump, starting with the welcoming ceremony that happened outside of Windsor Castle. That is where President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump were greeted by King Charles and by Queen Camilla, and they then got to see the Guard of Honor, inspected the Guard of Honor, as is traditionally the case during a state visit. It doesn't necessarily always happen in the same place, but this state visit, of course, was different to others, not just because it's the second one for President Trump, but because it was entirely contained and is entirely contained within Windsor Castle. You can right here in Windsor. This has been called a ring of steel that has been put up around this castle. In other words, the security measures that have been put in place here to make sure that everybody is safe. And now there's a reason why we talk about these security measures, because of the backdrop to this visit in the United States. The killing of the conservative activist and Trump supporter Charlie Kirk has created a fear of more political violence in the United States that might have traveled all the way here with President Trump. We haven't necessarily been able to observe here that security measures have increased because of that, but they have been very, very serious indeed, with very large numbers of the police in the streets of Windsor. Protests as well, by the way, and you might be able to just about make out some of the sounds of protesters. They are chanting pro-Palestine chants right now outside of Windsor Castle. We have had very few protesters, in fact, here in Windsor outside of the castle throughout the day, maybe a few dozen at most, both last night and throughout the day. There also have been some interactions between those protesters who are against the presence of Donald Trump, who are protesting his policies in the Middle East, for example, and who are protesting the fact that Donald Trump was invited on a state visit in the first place. There have been interactions between them on one side and some Donald Trump supporters here as well. Notable, some of those red hats that are used by Trump supporters both on the campaign trail and now that he is president, those have been here as well. But largely what we've seen have been peaceful discussions with them, essentially very peaceful mingling. It has indeed been a very calm day here in Windsor. There are, though, more protests happening, including the large one happening right now in central London. Thousands of people getting together there, organised by a so-called Stop Trump coalition that has called for people to protest against the state visit and to protest against Donald Trump's policies. I should say again, if you're hearing the sounds of protests, they are coming from the streets here outside of Windsor Castle. Particularly loud protests right now as I look over my shoulder and see a few dozen pro-Palestine protesters who are walking by our position outside of Windsor Castle as we speak. Now, the fact that there were big protests, and are big protests right now in central London, don't entirely explain why this state visit has happened entirely within Windsor Castle. There is a practical reason for this as well. Buckingham Palace tends to be used for state visits. It's currently being renovated, and that's why everything has been moved inside Windsor Castle. But of course there is a very good reason for this to happen as well. That is to shield President Trump from any kinds of protests. In fact, his contact with people, with the public, is pretty much zero. It is likely that there is not going to be any contact with any protesters, first of all, or any members of the public. Because there are two parts to this state visit for President Trump. The first one today is happening in Windsor Castle as we await the state banquet to begin at 8 o'clock here local time. 8 o'clock here local time, that's being 3 p.m. Eastern time. That is when the state banquet will begin. And as we await the start thereof, we can look also at what is coming up tomorrow. The second day of Donald Trump's visit will be a more political one, if you will. He will still be shielded from the public and from any possible protesters because he will be flying an onboard Marine One from here, from Windsor Castle, where he will be spending the night, to Chequers. Chequers is the Prime Minister's private residence in the countryside, his private retreat, and that is where all of the important meetings will be happening on this Thursday. That is where the politics will come in. Undoubtedly, there will be talk there about a trade deal between the United Kingdom and the United States, a trade deal we know already exists, but still needs some of the details hashed out. That will likely happen this Thursday at Chequers. Also, there will be talk about any tariffs that the United Kingdom might want to escape during Donald Trump's decision to impose tariffs on many countries. The United Kingdom thinks that with a state visit like this one, it can reinforce the friendship between the United Kingdom and the United States, and maybe thereby be able to escape some of those tariffs that might be imposed by Donald Trump. At the end of the day, we will be seeing a press conference, a joint press conference by Prime Minister Keir Starmer and President Donald Trump. And maybe that will be the first moment where he will, in a sense, escape the bubble of this state visit, a bubble in which, again, there is not much contact with the press and not much contact with anybody outside of the confines of Windsor Castle and indeed the Prime Minister's private retreat. Because during the press conference, that is when difficult questions might well be asked of the Prime Minister and of the President, and of the differences that there currently are between them on many aspects. There are differences on how to deal with Israel's war on Hamas in Gaza, for example, which explains the presence of protesters here in the streets of Windsor today. The big difference on that front is that the United Kingdom, for example, will be one of those countries that will officially recognize Palestine as a state at the UN General Assembly next week in New York. The United States strongly opposes that, and that is likely to be a topic of discussion between Starmer and Trump on Thursday, and maybe already a topic of discussion during the state banquet here in Windsor tonight. These state banquets don't tend to be moments for political discussions, but you cannot guarantee that any topics will not come up. Let's look at one other example, that is Ukraine. These two countries don't currently see entirely eye to eye when it comes to how to deal with Russian President Vladimir Putin. The US President Donald Trump has been getting somewhat close to Putin, met him in Alaska, of course, remember, as well, and sometimes indicates that US military and financial help for Ukraine could be stopped or at least put on hold for the time being. That is, of course, something that the United Kingdom and the European Union don't want to see happen. That is the kind of topic that could come up, not necessarily between President and King tonight at the state banquet, but could come up between other members of the Trump administration and members of the royal family and anybody else who might be invited to this state banquet, as we expect right now guests to arrive at Windsor Castle for that crowning moment, if you will, of the state visit for Donald Trump. It's worth going into some of the other events that have happened today, some of them out of view. We mentioned earlier the fact that the US President visited St. George's Chapel, for example, within the walls of Windsor Castle. That is where Queen Elizabeth II was laid to rest, and that is where he, together with the First Lady, laid a wreath. That is a moment from which we have no video or photo footage, a very solemn and a very private moment for the President of the United States, who was fond of the Queen and who repeatedly has said over the last 24 or 48 hours that he considers King Charles to be very much a friend of his. Right now you're able to watch footage of guests arriving at the state banquet that is expected to begin within the hour. These, of course, being guests whose names have not been made public so far, but who are slowly but surely arriving here at Windsor Castle to enter this castle and take their spots at some point before 8 p.m. local time. Again, that's 3 p.m. Eastern time. That is when the state banquet will begin. And we are expecting to hear the toasts from King Charles and from President Trump at that state banquet. We don't know yet whether we will be able to bring that live to you or whether that will be footage that will be brought to us later on that we will then be able to play out to you on this live coverage that we have from Windsor Castle.
they've got protest crew there.
Yeah, they've got protest crew there, so yeah, I think we'll head up there. Again, BMW on 7.
I think people are driving more. That's probably a little bit like telling dignitaries to get out of posh cars, to get in a minibus. Look at the crash. That's a shot. So I'll just leave it on that. Dark. Yeah. When was your shift? 10:30. I started at home about 8:45, but I did breakfast closed before. go the way I thought it was going to go. Tell me if you see, if I'm looking at the viewfinder, just tell me if you can see anything coming with lights or coming from that direction. Yeah.
My dad's gone there when he came to the country in the 80s, of course Liverpool had seen on top.
Oh, he was in Liverpool, was he?
So he was a Glory supporter, and then he got me and my brother starting from birth. So yeah.
And there was the Ascot in there.
Yeah. And it was like, my choices were either Liverpool or Middlesbrough. So my mum was half of the family from
Oh,
Middlesbrough.
right. You were Liverpool. You're Glory hunter as well.
Yeah. Once my uncle sat me down and said, "You've got this choice, Middlesbrough or Liverpool," and I went, "Okay, I'll go Liverpool."
No pressure.
Yeah.
You ever go to see the games?
Yeah, it gets about 4 or 5 matches. It's much tougher on this day, especially
grandfather's here. He's a Liverpool supporter. My mum said, "Oh, she wasn't sure if he was Liverpool or Everton, but he was Liverpool."
So we had Jamie Beard, who was part of the pool. So there was some hope that he may be picking them up. But there was
What, in the post?
Yeah, but there was no guarantee.
So meeting checklist tomorrow?
Yeah.
And what time do you need the checklist for the sunset?
It seems like in the afternoon.
Because you work for your guys, and then you moved to East with NBC now in 4 years. You never got offered to go abroad? No. Too young. So check with George if he wants to sit back after 3 minutes.
I spoke with Ollie, because he's the late news head, and he said, when you see one joke,
So Jag is Central UK. because there's nothing behind them. It looks to me and I was a Scottish park, and that I know is the way to his castle, isn't it? So do you give them? Oh, do you give them see our ring? Just get them to shut off. Save the recording. I'll do the balls.
Yes, I can hear it. Sorry. How's that? Really? Okay. Okay. Is that picking up my voice more? Okay, yeah. Yeah, there's some protests behind me. How's that? Is that an okay mic position? Okay. I'll yell. back. unfortunately, I'm outside of the castle for this dinner. Maybe next year, or the next state visit. Trump's third state visit, perhaps, in the United Kingdom. A lot of people are going to get mad about that comment. But as Shelby mentioned right there, President Trump, First Lady Melania, preparing for the headline event on this first day of this historic second visit to the United Kingdom. But this is just capping off a day of really extraordinary scenes that we've seen from start to finish. The President and the First Lady, before this dinner, overseeing a beating retreat ceremony, British marching bands coming together for this spectacular performance that capped off an unforgettable moment. Red arrows flying overhead with a stream of red, white, and blue flashing across the sky, met with applause by those that were watching here outside of Windsor Castle. Now the royal family, moments before that, releasing these images of President Trump and First Lady Melania being given a tour of the royal collection of the Windsor Castle's main drawing room. The King and Queen showcasing historical items related to the United States and Britain and their shared history together. That collection including first editions and watercolors and even letters from the American colonies concerning U.S. independence. American and British citizens gathering outside of Windsor Castle. And while there are some protesters, as you can hear behind you right now, most of the people here throughout the day are here just to be part of the moment, if not outright show their support for President Trump. Now, of course, tonight's banquet, nothing short of extraordinary. King Charles is expected to deliver some remarks, as is President Trump. Whether he speaks to the press afterward or maybe gives us some insight for a Truth Social post, we'll be waiting to keep a close eye on that as well. Might be jail time in response to that, but I'll try. I'm sorry, I have a bad connection a little bit. I didn't mean to go to something. Probably done. Yeah, then go get dinner, get a drink. Are you on with Greta though or no? Right. Oh, yeah, there you are. Happy birthday. Oh, hold on. Okay, they're calling me back. Awesome, thank you. Hey, is it? Yes, I can hear it. And who's anchoring the show? Yes. Windsor Castle. Great, thank you. Yes, thank you. Protest behind me. That's actually something that we haven't seen throughout the entire day. We do have a group of pro-Palestine demonstrators clashing, or I would say shouting at least, against some, I'll call them pro-Israel counter-protesters. They're not necessarily Trump supporters. They're just waving Israeli flags. It was a small group. I'd say about 20 people on both sides. So nothing too much to worry about. Otherwise, a very elaborate day, to say the least. Right now, President Trump and First Lady Melania are participating in what may be the headline event on the first day of this historic visit to the United Kingdom after the state banquet, a very elaborate event that I'll get to in just a moment. But that came after what was maybe the other headline event of this entire day. The President and the First Lady overseeing a beating retreat ceremony. The British marching band coming together for this spectacular performance, kept off by an unforgettable moment. Red arrows flying overhead with a stream of red, white, and blue flashing across the sky, met with applause by all those people that were outside. The royal family also releasing these images of President Trump and First Lady Melania being given a tour of the royal collection at Windsor Castle's Green Drawing Room. The King and Queen showcasing historical items related to the United States and Britain, and the two countries share histories. The collection including first editions and watercolors and letters from the American colonies concerning the U.S. independence. American and British citizens also gathering here outside Windsor Castle, and while there are some protesters, as I was mentioning, most people really here just to be part of the moment, if not outright show their support for President Trump. Red caps saying MAGA, some saying Make
feeling great again. Other people draped in American flags. But many also went afraid to declare their appreciation for the president's vision. Now the event underway right now, tonight's banquet, also nothing short of extraordinary, taking place inside the 1,000-year castle behind me with a 164-foot mahogany table laid with 200-year-old silver, with speeches expected from the king and, of course, from President Trump, which we can assume that will also be a sight, or at least one to be heard. We're waiting to see if President Trump will give us an update of any sort, whether that be speaking to the press or maybe a Truth Social post, but this all ahead of his trip to Chequers tomorrow. That is when he's going to be meeting with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, as well as industry leaders from the United States and the United Kingdom. Kelly, that is when policy and the economics will really be on the table today, more so about the pomp and pageantry that's taking place here.
Mr. President, Mrs. Trump, it is with great pleasure that my wife and I welcome you to Windsor Castle on this, your second state visit to the United Kingdom. This unique and important occasion reflects the enduring bond between our two great nations, anchored by the deep friendship between our people. This relationship, which, with good reason, we and our predecessors have long called special, has made us safer and stronger through the generations. Our people have fought and died together for the values we hold dear. We have innovated, traded, and created together, fueling our economies and cultures through myriad forms of exchange. We have celebrated together, mourned together, and stood together in the best and worst of times. Mr. President, as we approach the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence next year, it is remarkable to think just how far we have come. I cannot help but wonder what our forebears from 1776 would make of this friendship today. The rebel commander and pioneering First President George Washington famously vowed never to set foot on British soil. And my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III, for his part, did not spare his words when he spoke of the revolutionary leaders. Today, however, we celebrate a relationship between our two countries that surely neither Washington nor King George III could possibly have imagined. The ocean may still divide us, but in so many other ways, we are now the closest of kin. Mr. President, you have spoken of your pride in your British roots. In fact, not only have you set foot on British soil twice in the last 2 months alone, but I understand that British soil makes for rather splendid golf courses. Now, for my part, I have always admired the ingenuity of the American people and the principles of freedom which your great democracy has represented since its inception. Throughout my life, from the very first visit to the United States in 1970, and over 20 visits since that time, I have cherished the close ties between the British and American peoples. In fact, had the media succeeded in the 1970s in their own attempt at deepening the special relationship, I myself might have been married off within the Nixon family. Mr. President, from York to New York, from Birmingham, England to Birmingham, Alabama, we are united by a common language and shared heritage. The many thousands of people from each of our countries who have made the other their home have enriched our societies immeasurably, a fact that gives me the greatest pride. Our cultural connections, too, continue to flourish, with our actors, musicians, writers and television presenters prospering in the hearts of transatlantic audiences. Today, our alliance spans every field of endeavour and shows vast potential for growth. The United Kingdom was your partner in the first trade deal of your administration, Mr. President, bringing jobs and growth to both our countries. And no doubt we can go even further as we build this new era of our partnership. Our two nations have an exceptional legacy of shared discovery. Together, we laid the foundations of nuclear science, mapped the human genome, and built the internet, upon which all contemporary commerce, communication, and defense is based. Together, our scientists and engineers are shaping the world of tomorrow, not least with new partnership agreements on technology and the prosperity that stands to bring. Our countries have the closest defense, security, and intelligence relationship ever known. In 2 world wars, we fought together to defeat the forces of tyranny. Today, as tyranny once again threatens Europe, we and our allies stand together in support of Ukraine to deter aggression and secure peace. And our AUKUS submarine partnership with Australia sets the benchmark for innovative and vital collaboration. The successes of the British Redcoats and of George Washington's Continental Army today stand shoulder to shoulder, brothers and sisters in arms, protecting the freedoms we both cherish. Our countries are working together in support of crucial diplomatic efforts, not least of which, Mr. President, is your own personal commitment to finding solutions to some of the world's most intractable conflicts in order to secure peace. In striving for a better world, we also have a precious opportunity to safeguard and to restore the wonders and beauty of nature for the generations who follow us. We share the ambition and determination to preserve our majestic lands and waters, above all, to ensure that we have clean water, clean air, and clean food. Our legacy for the next 250 years and beyond is to ensure that our children, grandchildren, and those who come after them can experience the awe and magnificence of the natural treasures found in the countryside, on the coasts, in the seas, and in the national parks established by your predecessors and mine. Mr. President, Mrs. Trump, the bond between our two nations is indeed a remarkable one. Forged in the fire of conflict, it has been fortified through our shared endeavours and burnished by the deep affection between our people. Tested time and again, it has borne the weight of our common purpose and raised our ambition for a better world. So, in renewing our bond tonight, we do so with unshakable trust in our friendship and in our shared commitment to independence and liberty. Therefore, as we celebrate this unparalleled partnership, allow me to propose a toast to President Trump and the First Lady, and to the health, prosperity, and happiness of the people of the United States of America.
Your Majesty, Melania and I are deeply grateful to you and Queen Camilla for your extraordinary graciousness. And to William and Kate, thank you so much. It's been so great being with you today. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's a singular privilege to be the first American president welcomed here. And if you think about it, it's a lot of presidents, and this was the second state visit, and that's the first, and maybe that's going to be the last time. I hope it is, actually. But this is truly one of the highest honors of my life. Such respect for you and such respect for your country. For many decades, His Majesty the King has epitomized the fortitude, nobility, and the spirit of the British monarchy and the British people. He's dedicated himself to preserving the glory and unique character of this kingdom, restoring life to the rivers and streams, supporting the works of its artists and composers, planting trees and gardens in its countryside. And I just visited one of the most beautiful I've ever seen that you just completed, and protecting the architectural integrity of cities, villages, and towns. He has uplifted the poor, cared for rural farmers, and tended to wounded veterans like nobody else. I'll tell you that I just stood in line and shook about 150 hands, and the King knew every single person and every single company, and some of them had bad names like XYZ-Q3, and he knew every one of them, or at least I think he did, because nobody was complaining. I was very impressed with that. But I just want to say that His Majesty has also raised a remarkable son in His Royal Highness, Prince of Wales. Really amazing. We've gotten to know you, and I think you're going to have an unbelievable success in the future. Melania and I are delighted to visit again with Prince William and to see Her Royal Highness, Princess Catherine, so radiant and so healthy, so beautiful. It's really a great honor. Thank you. Many years ago, His Majesty opened his archives to a biographer. Among the documents was a letter from 1993 in which he described the patriotism and guided his many projects. He wrote that he was, quote, entirely motivated by a desperate desire to put the great back into Great Britain. In the finest tradition of British sovereigns, he has given his whole heart, everything he's got, to those parts of Britain that are beyond the realm of mere legislation. It's not easy, but which define its essence and its virtue, its harmony and its soul. It's an amazing calling, and there's nobody that's answered that calling like you have. A fifth of all of humanity speaks, writes, thinks, and prays in the language born on these isles and perfected in the pages of Shakespeare and Dickens and Tolkien, Lewis, Orwell, and Kipling. Incredible people, unbelievable people like we have rarely seen before, probably won't see again. The lion-hearted people of this kingdom defeated Napoleon, unleashed the Industrial Revolution, destroyed slavery, and defended civilization in the darkest days of fascism and communism. The British gave the world the Magna Carta, the modern parliament, and Francis Bacon's scientific method. They gave us the works of Locke, Hobbes, Smith, and Burke, Newton, and Blackstone. The legal, intellectual, cultural, and political traditions of this kingdom have been among the highest achievements of mankind. There's really never been anything like it. The British Empire laid the foundations of law, liberty, free speech, and individual rights virtually everywhere the Union Jack has ever flown, including a place called America. You know that place very well, don't you? His Majesty spoke eloquently about the bond which inspired Sir Winston Churchill, and the bust is in the Oval Office right now, the beautiful bust of Winston Churchill, to coin the phrase special relationship. But seen from American eyes, the word special does not begin to do it justice. We're joined by history and fate, and by love and language, and by transcendent ties of culture, tradition, ancestry, and destiny. We're like two notes in one chord, or two verses of the same poem, each beautiful on its own, but really meant to be played together. The bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It's irreplaceable and unbreakable, and we are, as a country, as you know, doing unbelievably well. We had a very sick country 1 year ago, and today, I believe we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, nobody's even questioning it, but we owe so much of that to you and the footing that you gave us when we started. Together, we've done more good for humanity than any two countries in all of history. Together, we must defend the exceptional heritage that makes us who we are, and we must continue to stand for the values and the people of the English-speaking world, and we do indeed stand for that. On behalf of all Americans, I offer a toast to one of the great friendships, to two great countries, and to His Majesty, King Charles III, a very, very special man, and also a very, very special queen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with you.
And as the guests at the state banquet inside Windsor Castle tuck into their dinner, we're back here outside of the castle to sum up this unprecedented second state visit to the United Kingdom by US President Donald Trump. You have just been listening to the King's speech, to the President's speech as well at that state banquet before their dinner, after a day of pomp and pageantry where everything appeared to go pretty much exactly according to plan. In their speeches, both King Charles III and President Donald Trump referencing, of course, the US-UK relationship, the so-called special relationship, referencing the joint history between the two countries, and of course also finding time for one or two jokes. These are two men, King Charles and President Trump, who throughout the day have looked like they get on very well. Indeed, it was President Trump who, before his visit to the United Kingdom, and in fact during the visit as well, mentioned that he considered King Charles a good friend of his. Now, as this dinner gets underway, a sparkling, glittering event that it is inside St. George's Hall within the walls of Windsor Castle, you can see behind me, let's look at some of the details that you might have missed or that might be discussed at length tomorrow in the press, in the headlines, and that includes, of course, the dresses worn, the clothes that were worn. This is a white tie dinner. It's the most formal of all dinners. The dress worn by First Lady Melania Trump, largely yellow with some purple accents, will be in the headlines undoubtedly and will be across the front pages very likely here in the United Kingdom and also in the United States. We also know a few details about what is being served. An extensive menu was released by Buckingham Palace. One part that's worth mentioning, there's a special drink as well that will be shared by almost all of the guests at this state banquet, and there are 160 altogether. The special drink is called a transatlantic whiskey sour. Of course, everything in this menu, everything during this state visit to the United Kingdom by US President Trump had a nod toward the special relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom. So 160 guests in total. Of course, we were particularly interested in the guest list. We now have it, and we saw during the King's speech, during President Trump's speech as well, who is in the room and who is sitting next to whom, of course. King Charles has to his right President Trump, to his left Secretary of State Marco Rubio. That's on one side of the table. But the rest of the guest list is particularly interesting as well. Media mogul Rupert Murdoch is there, despite being sued right now in court in the United States by President Donald Trump. There is also former golfer Nick Faldo, a nod, of course, by the royal family here in Windsor toward President Trump's love for golf and the simple fact that he owns golf courses here in the United Kingdom as well. That was also referenced by King Charles during his speech. Also, a lot of British politicians, of course, at the banquet table, but also a lot of media and tech moguls, a lot of people who will be having some particularly interesting conversations tonight that we are not privy to, I'm afraid. We also know what kind of music will be played, and there's a nod too from the royal household to President Trump, because some of the pieces that will be played, well, they have been played before in Trump's presence many, many times during his political rallies. Some of those pieces of music will be very known to President Trump. This banquet brings to an end the main day of Donald Trump's second state visit to the United Kingdom, a day full of pomp and pageantry. Also, one or two private moments, and it's worth mentioning that there are some of those moments that we do not have any footage of. There is no video, there are no photos. For example, of the moment when President Trump laid a wreath at the tomb of the late Queen Elizabeth II, who of course had invited Donald Trump to his first state visit here to the United Kingdom. That was a state visit that took place both here at Windsor Castle but also at Buckingham Palace in central London. Not this one. This is a state visit that was entirely contained within Windsor Castle because Buckingham Palace is being renovated, but also maybe to keep Donald Trump relatively far away from the public and from protesters, because there were quite a few in central London today, thousands coming together to protest the state visit, the fact that the UK government decided to invite Donald Trump to a state visit to the United Kingdom, but also to protest the policies and the politics of Donald Trump. No contact at all between Donald Trump and essentially the outside world, the public here in Windsor, or any protesters, be it here in Windsor, and we saw a few of them, or in central London. Today we saw quite a few spectacular moments here in Windsor, as tends to be the case with a state visit. A flyover by the Red Arrows, the aerobatic team, though there was a bit of disappointment among the crowds here in Windsor that a joint flypast by F-35 fighter jets from the United States and the United Kingdom did not happen in the end because of the poor weather conditions here. Typically, British weather is probably the best way of putting it. That is the weather we had here today, but not all too much rain. Also, President Trump got to see some parts of the royal collection, and he also was given a carriage procession through the grounds of the Windsor estate, an extraordinary visual moment, and one that will have pleased the president, no doubt, but one that also looked different to past carriage processions For example, it takes us back to the last state visit here in Windsor. That was French President Emmanuel Macron. His carriage procession happened right here in the streets of Windsor. He was that little bit closer to the population than Donald Trump was during his whole state visit here. Now, this is a visit that will soon move into its second day, and essentially the state visit part of this visit comes to an end tomorrow morning. President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will spend the night within Windsor Castle, and they will then depart here early in the morning. Donald Trump will be moving to Chequers. That is the private retreat in the countryside for British Prime Ministers. That is where this largely ceremonial visit so far turns a lot more political. That is where actual political topics will be discussed. First Lady Melania Trump, by the way, will be staying here at Windsor Castle and will be spending time with Princess Catherine and with Queen Camilla, and she will then eventually team up with President Trump at Chequers and fly out from there to return back to the White House in Washington, D.C. At Chequers, that is where, of course, Donald Trump will be greeted by Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, who right now is at this state dinner as well, seated relatively close to the President. He was also here for a military ceremony on the East Lawn inside Windsor Castle earlier today. The political subjects that will come up, we don't know exactly which ones, but we know that these are two countries who have been working extensively on a trade deal that still needs some details worked out, and that is undoubtedly something that will be worked on and that might also be announced here during this state visit to the United Kingdom by President Trump and by Prime Minister Keir Starmer. There is also, of course, for the United Kingdom, the fear of more tariffs being imposed on it, as there have been tariffs imposed on many other countries. The United Kingdom wants to get out of those tariffs as much as possible. That is a subject for negotiation as well this Thursday when President Trump is with Prime Minister Keir Starmer. And there are, of course, topics on which these two don't agree, despite the fact that they get along. Keir Starmer and Donald Trump get along, despite their political differences, of course. King Charles and Donald Trump get along as well. It bodes well for the relationship between the UK and the United States. But here are two of those topics that they don't agree upon. Ukraine, for example, how to deal with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Undoubtedly something that both leaders will be asked about at their joint press conference that will end this two-day visit for Donald Trump. And also there are disagreements, very clear disagreements, on Gaza. There will be a formal recognition by the United Kingdom of the state of Palestine at the UN General Assembly in New York next week, something that the United States very, very strongly opposes. We are currently watching some of the footage that we have from earlier, just a short while ago, inside St. George's Hall of the state banquet, a glittering affair that is going on right now as we speak. This is footage from just a short while ago. There will be no more footage during the day of that state banquet. That is it. For now, the King's speech and the President's speech essentially brought the live coverage from inside Windsor Castle to an end. But that doesn't mean we can't still watch, as you can see right now, the arrival of the members of the royal family alongside members of the Trump administration. We already mentioned some of the people on the guest list. It's quite a glittering affair and something that can lead to some very, very interesting conversations indeed. And there have been possibilities throughout the day for very intimate conversations as well, because not everything here was pomp and circumstance. Within those moments, there were possibilities for certainly King Charles and President Trump to have very private conversations. They, for example, spent a good 15 minutes within a horse-drawn carriage being taken around the grounds of the Windsor estate, just the two men, all by themselves. In the carriage behind them, another horse-drawn carriage were First Lady Melania Trump and Queen Camilla, another chance for them to have a private conversation. It's been a very long day that they have spent together, in fact, the first couple and members of the royal household. They started here at around noon local time with the arrival of Marine One on the grounds of Windsor Castle. That was at 5 a.m. Eastern time. So it's been a very long day that they've been able to spend together. And one hopes that they got along, of course. To be a fly on the wall, of course, is the cliche during some of those conversations, but they will have been particularly interesting, of course. This Thursday, we will continue our live coverage from Chequers. That is, again, the private residence in the countryside of British Prime Ministers. And at 10:45 local time, that's 5:45 Eastern time, is when President Donald Trump will be arriving there to be greeted by British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. And that brings us to the second day of this. At that point, no longer officially a state visit. That's when things get a little bit more political, and also when Donald Trump will be released from this royal bubble, if you will, that he's found himself in over the last 24 hours or so. He spent last night at the American ambassador's residence. This is the US ambassador to the UK, of course. That's at Winfield House in Regent's Park, the only time really that Donald Trump spent any time in central London. From there he was brought here to the official greeting that was by Prince William and Princess Catherine, and then the subsequent welcome from King Charles III and Queen Camilla. That bubble will end most likely on Thursday at the very end of the meetings between Keir Starmer and Donald Trump, because that's when we will be able to see the press conference, the joint press conference between the two, and that is when difficult questions undoubtedly will be asked. For example, about the political differences that we just mentioned on the subjects of Gaza and Ukraine, but other topics that have not necessarily overshadowed this visit, but have certainly been the backdrop to this second state visit to the United Kingdom by Donald Trump. Again, unprecedented. Why do we say it's unprecedented? Because this is the very first time that a non-royal is invited for a second time for a state visit in the United Kingdom, something that Donald Trump referenced during his speech at the state banquet that is ongoing right now. So thank you very much for joining us today during our live coverage of events here in Windsor. It's a pleasure to have been able to share these moments with you. And if you're getting this live coverage, it's because the AP has journalists on the ground all around the world. And if you like our independent, non-biased journalism, then you're more than welcome to support our work at apnews.com/donate. That's apnews.com/donate. That is also the same website, AP News, where you can watch the remainder and read about the remainder of Donald Trump's state visit to the United Kingdom over the next 24 hours. If you've been watching us on there or on YouTube, thank you very much for doing so. And we will leave you tonight with an outside shot of Windsor Castle. You can see it also right behind me as this state banquet that is being held by King Charles for the visiting President Donald Trump as part of his state visit to the United Kingdom. That's how we end our coverage. Thank you very much for joining us, and there will be plenty more on this same channel tomorrow.